oatmeal. Oh, a few oatmeals. We're lining up oatmeals. I think if we line up 3 oatmeals, we might get a prize. Very bland cereal, orange juice. This is kind of inspiring me for other breakfasts. Okay, so wonderful. So I just wanted to show this to you. We'll be coming back to this in a minute. Yeah, perfect. All right. Let's switch back. Thanks for giving that a test. Well, everybody, welcome. Welcome, welcome. There were over 600 registrants at this conference. You are some of the lucky few who have gotten in the room. We also have this live streamed. Welcome to the 2020 Utrecht University Pathways to Sustainability Conference. And as many of you know, this conference is about accelerating the sustainability transformation. So I just want to invite you all to, you're here, you're getting settled. We're going to be on a bit of a journey together, and I'd like to start that journey. My name is Vanessa Timmer. I'm your moderator. I'm a senior research fellow at Utrecht University with the Copernicus Institute of Sustainable Development, with Pathways, and with the Urban Future Studio. I'm also the executive director of a nonprofit called One Earth. We focus on sustainable living, both in cities and around the world. And I'm honored to be your moderator today. I've known some of you from past years, so welcome back if you're coming back. And we also want to welcome our live stream participants joining us from different places, both around the Netherlands but around the world. It's part of our efforts to also explore different ways to connect and without always needing to travel, and in that way, reducing some of the environmental impact of our meetings. So this is part of this experiment. And it also gives those who wanted to be here and registered but were on the waiting list the opportunity to follow along with us. So welcome to the live stream as well. The conference is going to be recorded so you can come back and look at some of the presentations in the future. Let's start with our Dean of the Faculty of Geosciences. Professor Wilco Haasteleger is also a professor of climate systems science, and we asked him to make some opening remarks to welcome us to the conference. Over to you, Wilco.
Great to see you here. It's indeed an honor to open this conference, and it's great to see familiar faces, but also many, many new faces here. And that's actually where such conferences are for, right? We want to share our thoughts and ideas, and in particular on this very theme. So I want to welcome you on behalf of Utrecht University, and also on behalf of the steering group of this great theme that we have. So basically also on behalf of my fellow deans, and I guess also because of Maarten Heijer, who you will hear from him soon. It's great that you're here. And as Vanessa said, I'm a dean of the Faculty of Geosciences, and it gives me a sort of an administrative role, right? Could perhaps be boring. I'm also a climate scientist, and I studied climate extremes. I still do so, and changes in climate extremes, and that makes me very much connected to this theme as well. But I'm also a citizen of this very city of Utrecht, and that makes me differently connected. Of course, I'm also living in this world, and this is actually what Pathways is all about. We're not only about the scientific part and connecting the different disciplines, because this is really an interdisciplinary program, but even more, it's a transdisciplinary program. We know if we want to really deal, but also study with all the challenges that we have on sustainability, it's not only a scientific problem. It's really connecting with different actors around, whether you are just a citizen or whether you're working in a private industry or somewhere in a public organization. And that's what I like a lot about this Pathways theme, because that makes it really challenging, and for a scientific community, rather new. So I hope you can join us all in discussing about this and really see how we can deal with those challenges in a good way, both scientifically, but also that we do something meaningful. And that's important to our university as well. Secondly, well, things are changing fast, right? I said I still am a bit of a climate scientist. I did do all kind of complicated computations on the years 2020, 2030, 2050, actually the future is there already. We are already experiencing all these changes around us. And we, not only the environmental changes, but also very much the social changes and the transitions there. And that's really challenging. And that means that the theme of today, accelerating transition, and some may even say disruption, is really a very relevant one. And I look forward to all the different contributions of the people here on the first row, and I welcome them as well, on discussing all these different issues. And I think that would be really valuable to do so. Most and for all, I just want to wish you a very nice day and just enjoy all of this together. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. You can see that Wilco and I wanted to shake hands but didn't, because I'm sure all of us are realizing that we need to find new ways to greet each other with the coronavirus information. So indeed, that's one of the advising things, is to find other ways to greet than shaking hands. But thank you so much. It is a really important topic to talk about, accelerating the sustainability transformation. And part of what I often think about in this topic is perhaps one way to accelerate is to kind of slow down. To ask, what do we want to stop doing, not just what we want to do more of. And maybe we want to ease into the future and ease into the transformation, rather than just thinking of it as a big push towards a sustainability transformation. And so I would like us all today to kind of take some time to be in a reflective mode, to ask questions, to bring up concerns, and that's what we'll be doing throughout the conference today. I also wanted to say a big thank you to all of those who are here, for the conference team, the TVLE staff, and the volunteers who put this together, and particularly Anne-Marie van de Vijzel and of Joanne Proctor, who've been at the core of this conference organizing. So a big thank you to them. And I also wanted to invite Simone Pekelsmak down. She's the knowledge broker and business developer for the Department of Human Geography and Planning. She's also one of our TIMs, a trans-academic interface manager and coordinator of the Transforming Infrastructures for Sustainable Cities Hub. And she's going to be supporting us, in addition to doing this great work on sustainability transformation, with the Mentimeter. You'll hear her voice from the back putting out the questions that you put up there. So thank you for helping with that, Simone. So you know the Wi-Fi code is open. It's just to Tivoli Vredenburg, and we'll be coming back to the Mentimeter for questions later. I also just wanted to say that there's going to be also microphones in the room itself. So some of you might be more comfortable asking a question on Mentimeter. There will also be opportunities to ask on a microphone. And thanks to the volunteers for that. Okay, let's take a journey together. And who better on this pathway to sustainability to do so but Maarten Heijer? I'm going to show you the program for this morning. We're going to first start with a musical performance. We're going to hear from Maarten, who I'll explain his role in a moment. Hans Bruinings will speak. Then we'll have Petra, Davina, and Koen on a panel about disciplinary perspectives. So this morning is really about policy, and it's about disciplinary perspectives. And we thought we'd take a pathway to sustainability with this conference. Professor Maarten Heijer is the scientific director of the Pathways to Sustainability theme. He is the lead author of the program, and he is going to join us all day as the narrator of the conference. And he's going to pose some questions and ideas, and I would invite you to reflect on what questions and insights are you having about accelerating the sustainability transformation as you hear his thoughts. Professor Maarten Heijer is a political scientist, he's a planner, he's the past Director General of the Environmental Protection Agency, PBL, for the Netherlands, and he's a member of the United Nations International Resource Panel, leading the working group on cities. He's a distinguished professor here at Utrecht University in Urban Futures and the director of the Urban Future Studio. He's going to be our guide throughout the day, weaving some questions between the speakers, and he'll be accompanied by Diederik van Dijk on cello. So before I welcome Maarten to the stage, I'll ask Diederik and Hilda Stolker from piano to join me on stage. Let me see where they are. Here they are. Come on up. So Diederik van Dijk and Hilda Stolker. This is going to be a journey throughout the day. I'd ask Diederik and Hilda to start us on this journey. Let's begin.
Last week I attended the exhibition Cars, Accelerating the Modern World, at the Victoria and Albert Museum in London. It showed once again the sheer power and influence of the car, a piece of technology that captured our collective dreams for over a century. The exhibit at the V&A was also a reminder of how the flip side of our car-based culture functions. It comes back to us. Cars would never have been the powerful structuring force without fossil fuels, despite the fact that historically they started to be electric vehicles. First technical problem. Powerful enough to melt 7 million tons of glacier, 80 tons a second. This was an advert of a petrochemical firm, proud of its achievement in 1962, the year that I was born. Cars may have been crucial in accelerating the modern world, but now we stand for the challenge of dealing with the unintended side effects of our fossil culture. How are we going to accelerate the transition away from fossils? Is there life beyond the fossil cul-de-sac? I don't think it's going to be easy. I'm certain it's going to be impossible if we don't change our angle, our very approach. There's one item that reminded me of that fact. It was a short clip from the 1970s where we see President Carter warning of the energy crisis. It was truly confrontational. We sound like a broken record ever since the 1970s, I was reminded. There is a pattern, an institutional pattern of expectations and indeed performances, in which there is also a particular role for us, academics. The academic predicts. They appeal to the leader, and in the best of cases, I should emphasize, the enlightened leader appeals to us as citizens to try and help create a decent world for our children and grandchildren. And then the leader closes off with the call for action now. But this has been our narrative and our practice for over half a century. It has been almost identical in 1972, 1992, 2012 and 2020. It is always 5 to 12, and there is always a mere 10 years to save the world. Is it not time to reconsider our role more fundamentally? Frankly, I do not see that we can get on a pathway to sustainability in this way. It requires a shift in performances, new ways of acting, new alliances, new insight, new imaginaries of what the world could be like, indeed, new ideas of the good life. And that is a very complicated agenda. We live in a fossil fuel civilization, Martin Wolf said in the Financial Times, and he sees in the Financial Times that this civilization is now collapsing. And I don't think it's just a matter of shifting fuels. That is grossly underestimating the advantages of burning what is after all called fossils. It took hundreds of millions of years for it to accumulate the energy that we've now burned in a mere 150 years. So let us rethink. Let us see what we can contribute to bend the trend. I would like to share with you what I heard in a few inaugurals that were taking place at our university over the last couple of months. They were always impressive because it shows what it takes to become a professor, the sheer determination, the creativity, the effort. But the takeaway messages were often actually pretty grim in their consequences. Mountain hydrologist Walter Immerseel signaled how the water towers of the world, the water stored in the high mountains, are going to be deeply affected by climate change. A quarter of the world directly depends on the water of the high mountains. And if we continue on our current trajectory, we will lose more than half the ice of the high mountains of the world. And even if we reach the 1.5 degree target, we will lose a third of the ice of the glaciers in Asia, and some 1.6 billion people depend on it downstream for water, for energy, and for food. Listening to Roderick van der Wal, our sea level specialist, I heard that the mass loss of the ice in the Antarctic is not only caused by the atmosphere, but comes from below, from rising water temperatures. And that is a very slow process. But for all we know, we could delimit the sea level rise due to this mass loss to 1 or 2 meters if we stick to the 1.5 degree scenario. If we do not, the models suggest a sea level rise of 20 meters is inevitable. Not tomorrow, no. But the point is that there is no process that we know which can then stop this process. And so these inaugurals, whether on high mountains or deep seas, all end with a firm conclusion. We have to rapidly start to cut back on our CO2 emissions, radically and quickly. But as they were inaugurals, we subsequently heard intimate words of thanks, congratulated the new professors, and went for drinks. Is it not about time that we rethink our own practice? Should we, as a university, not add at least new activities? Should we perhaps change our practices more fundamentally in light of the predictions? It's not as if we are operating from an ivory tower at Utrecht. Far from it. We surely contribute to the IPCC assessment reports, invest times in its special reports, sit on UN panels trying to bring scientific knowledge to policymakers in a language that they understand and recognize. We write reports, memos, essays, we appear on radio, television, we blog, we vlog. But there's one thing we lack, and it is pace. Our system is slow itself. Think of how knowledge reaches decision makers. The IPCC assessment is always based on peer-reviewed papers. That causes a 3-year delay at least. We are not allowed to use grey literature, although we know that is where the latest parameters about the cost of mitigation are stored. We pride ourselves to be lead or contributing authors, but we know that years later, the wording of the summary for policymakers will be influenced by governments that are least interested in acting upon our knowledge. Saudi Arabia, Russia, or recently, tragically, Australia. I think we must rethink our role in face of the climate catastrophe. And that is why we are here today. But fortunately, there's also hope. The system is changing, you can feel it, although it's difficult to judge where we are in changing tech exactly. Let me mention a few indicators of a shift. First of all, I think the financial sector is waking up. First to the exposure of firms to climate change, to judge their financial portfolios, then to the risk of stranded assets, and now more and more to the generic economic implications of climate change. So far, I think we agree to talk within the confines of the debate of the economics of sustainability. But now it's time to talk about the sustainability of economics. And that is precisely what I see happening, not here in the universities, but in the heart of the institutions of the economy, like the Bank of England and other regulatory agencies. Secondly, with the school strike for climate and Extinction Rebellion, a new environmental movement has become active. And what we should not forget, they do not only use the street as a battleground, they also operate at the dinner table, asking difficult intergenerational questions. And thirdly, with a new environmental movement, the moral dimension is reintroduced into the debate. And as historians know so well, morality is a very powerful source of change. We may be surprised how sudden new social taboos may emerge, reclassifying what is appropriate and what is good. And the fourth sphere of hope is our own changing practice. I see new papers emerging in which our top scientists step out of the confines of previous routines that held us hostage for too long. For too long, we didn't dare to connect the dots if we didn't have the empirical evidence. But now we see new language, a language, for instance, of tipping points that we will later discuss, and concepts that cannot be fully supported by empirical evidence, but are of paramount importance to raise to the task. I think we, as academics, for our modest role in society, can help and make a sure difference. If we would be willing to join hands across disciplines and across the university-society divide. Leave the problematic language behind that suggests that there is a conflict between curiosity-driven science and sustainability. Stop reifying old classifications such as between fundamental and applied, and dare to engage with stakeholders, allowing that engagement to speak back to our questions, indeed lead to new questions for fundamental research and for new solutions. Intensify our relationships with ambitious scholars and universities elsewhere. I think this could amount to creating a new cooperative commonwealth of scholars and stakeholders, exploring new ways of accelerating the transition. And I hope that today will be a step on that road. Our first keynote speaker to speak to this whole issue of how we can accelerate our transition is Hans Bruinings, and I'm really delighted that he's among us. He will report from the heart of European politics, after all. Just yesterday, the European Parliament discussed the Green Deal, a true example of at least a bold vision. If there's ever a possibility to steer from the center, well, I think here it is. The EU still is a crucial consumer market. And what happens in the EU could truly be impactful on a global scale. We call it the Brussels effect. Hans Bruinings is the Director General of the European Environmental Agency since 2013, and conveniently holds a master's degree in political science and a PhD from Colorado State University, also in political science. So some of us may know him from his period when he worked in the environmental zoology group in Wageningen. But here we have somebody who is in charge of a major assessment agency who has investigated transitions and regimes in environmental governance himself, and is more than anybody else able to think how we can reoperate the science policy interface. How does he perform the science policy interface, and what role could Europe play to speed up the sustainability transition? May I invite you to the stage, Hans Bruinings.
Thank you, Maarten, for this more than kind introduction. It's great to be amongst you. What I will try to do in the next 20 minutes, and there I am, is to explain a bit to you how we as a European Environment Agency try to connect science and knowledge to policy making in a time that we need acceleration and that we understand better and better what the challenges are. So, I would like to start by saying there is a new kid in town, and that is called the European Green Deal. It is the talk of the day in Brussels. It is the focus point of political attention. It is where scientists are looking. It's where action is taking place. I will explain more about it, but this is the general framing. Something has changed in Brussels and in the EU system. And I think that change is linked to the fundamental scientific understanding that we are facing unprecedented challenges, but at the same time, we have improved knowledge to deal with them. And Maarten, of course, has mentioned the IPCC. There is also the IPBES, which in this context I don't need to explain. It's about biodiversity, the sixth great extinction. And the other panel to which Maarten belongs and I belong as well is the International Resource Panel, which looks at the unsustainability of our resource use and the impacts on the other two. I think it's by now well understood that all three of these panels come to the same conclusions. There's urgency, we are in a pivotal decade, we are already facing irreversibilities, so this idea of full mitigation is past us. The tipping points discourse has entered these panels, and on top of that, we understand the interconnected nature of issues. Not only from a scientific perspective, the system-Earth causalities and connections, but also from a policy perspective. It's now clear that if we fail on one, we will fail on the other two, also in policies. Yeah? You know these slides, the great acceleration. I chose them because it's about accelerating. Yeah? This is the spreading globalization of unsustainable systems of production and consumption. This is their impact, negative impact on the planet, yeah? And so if this has been the sort of trend line, this is what we're now promising in policies. We have language for that. The flat line is halting biodiversity loss, yeah? And the line downwards would be factor 5, factor 10 in resource efficiency, or cutting greenhouse gas emissions by 95%. Those are the trend lines that are out there. Now, if the trend line for 50 years has been this, and we promise that, from a scientific perspective, I think there are obvious questions. How credible is this? How feasible is this? What sort of policies do we need? But also what sort of knowledge, if we are serious about bending these trends. I will now dive into the Green Deal connected to the knowledge that we have in the agency and that we bring to the table. And I'll use a Kuhnian circle approach to explain why I think we need a paradigm shift in a very essential way. As you know, because I think most of you have read Kuhn at some stage of your academic training, Kuhn starts from the idea that normal science is developing in institutions, in paradigms, in theories, that respond to a context in which they are functional. And it's not a linear model of change. When they become dysfunctional, that's when you see change. Now, I expand this to policies and knowledge. And I think it's fair to say that in Europe, under this normal science, in the last 40 years, we have developed the most comprehensive, most integrated, most ambitious, broad, and also partially implemented environment and climate policies of any other place on the planet. Yeah? And the policy theory was first fighting pollution, because that was the context of the 60s, 70s, and 80s. And we used formal science that has developed over that time with ecochemistry and environmental biology and all of that. So that was what was happening. But then Kuhn says you start to see anomalies. And what you do then is you blame the apparatus, you set aside the problem, and you modify the paradigm. And we see that. Blaming the apparatus is the language about implementation. Yeah, there is an implementation gap. We don't question the fundamentals. You should do better what we decided that we were going to do, and that is the policies. Yeah? We also set aside the problem by keeping our strong belief in the current dynamics that have actually led to unsustainability. And we've done that for a couple of decades. But we've also modified the paradigm a bit by adding effectiveness and efficiency norms to it and by putting a lot of research emphasis on that. Now, I can say all of that, those are nice words, but can I illustrate it? Yeah. Here are some of the anomalies. This is from our State and Outlook of the Environment report, which we do every 5 years. It brings together our best knowledge, and we look at the headlines of European policies. And we call this the piano of the European environment. Every key is a policy or a bundle of policies for which we have data and information. And it's pretty obvious that the foundational capital on this planet, natural capital, that's where we have a problem. This is an anomaly. If you have the best environment and climate policies, this should not be the color scheme. Yeah? And so we can illustrate also what the reaction is. If you look at the third column there, that's where we have policy targets, and indeed, there is an implementation gap. So maybe we are at that Kuhnian stage where that is the focus. And in fact, we would be much better off if we would implement better, but the question is whether that is where all the problems are. Yeah? So then Kuhn says we get into a crisis mode. The anomalies become too problematic and faith in the paradigm is shaken. I lost the image here, which is okay. No cable connected, that is also fine. I'll look there. So, okay, so we are in a crisis. So, it's back. So, can I illustrate that? Yes, we can. From our same report, we look 10 years ahead and we make an assessment of where the trajectory on which we are would get us. And it's obvious, without going into any detail, that the green disappears. Now, if you are the best policy system in the world, and this is the outlook, faith in the paradigm is shaken. Yeah? This is not where you want to go. Yeah? You can show it in biodiversity. 20 years after setting clear targets of halting biodiversity, this is the result. Most of our ecosystems are in bad shape, yeah? And they're not improving. They are declining in many ways. You can see it in waste and materials. Counterintuitively for most people, we keep producing more waste. And this is after 2-3 decades of waste management policies. Yeah? Transport. 25 years of efficiency gains, yeah? Better cars, less polluting, fighting pollution, more efficient. This is where we are. The transport system keeps adding more emissions to, or more greenhouse gas emissions. Another example is agriculture. Europe has the CAP, Common Agricultural Policy, which we have been greening over a number of periods. We've been working with farmers and with the food system. This is where we are. Continuous further decline and pressures on the environment. So I think it's fair to say that faith in this paradigm is shaken, and that is where we are now. Dan Kuhn says we change in worldview, and he calls it a Gestalt shift. And I think we all know if you put a German word on something, it's serious business, okay? So he calls it a Gestalt shift. We start to look at problems from a different perspective, and we explore new paradigms. And I think the sort of meta-paradigm shift is the Anthropocene understanding. But also for Europe, I think an additional point is that we need to understand that we are increasingly becoming a small part of a very interconnected world. And we need to reflect on how we position ourselves in that world. And this is where I think we can ask the question whether this European Green Deal is a Gestalt shift in politics and policy. Yeah? And if you look at the objectives of the Green Deal, becoming the first climate-neutral continent, which is now in the climate law, yeah? A world-leading biodiversity strategy to be taken to Kunming or maybe some other place. Yeah? The new Circular Economy Action Plan, which will really try to drive this circular economy idea, a zero-pollution strategy, a farm-to-fork strategy, which has a very strong human health and well-being dimension, emphasis for the social dimension in the just transition, and then the sustainable finance dimension. I'll come back to that. Martin has already mentioned that. So I think you can say that this package is by far the most ambitious, most forward-looking, and most far-reaching package that the European institutions have ever produced. Yeah? I think it's fair to say that every European Commission is about two things. It's about growth and jobs, or if they want to be really creative, jobs and growth. Yeah? I broaden the language. It's about the economy and society, but it's the first time that they've put an umbrella over that. Of course, it's about those two things, but in the 21st century, there are very different boundary conditions for this. And they've made that very clear. That's where the ambitions are. And in the language, they call it the most pressing challenge. When I saw Jimmy Carter, it's the same language, yeah? And our greatest responsibility, but they also link this to an approach. And this is in the first sentence of the Green Deal. Europe must lead the transition. And I think it's fair to say that our agency, which its work on transitions, has been part of connecting this body of knowledge and approach to the European policy setting. This means that we need to catalyze systemic change. Yeah. Systemic change. And in the agency, we speak about 4 systems coming from 25 years ago: water, air, soil, waste. We now talk about the food system, not agriculture, the food system, the mobility system, the energy system, and the built environment. And that's where we are looking for drivers of change, for interlinkages. We mentioned very clearly that there are some critical policy gaps. Food is one. Europe does not have a strong food policy. Land and soil, which is critical if you want to speak about long-term sustainability in multiple dimensions, and also chemicals, which you could say is a system in and of itself. It is the industry of industries. Everything consists of molecules, and in the end, we need to ask ourselves whether that chemical system is compliant with the objectives in the Green Deal. And of course, the understanding that this will not be done from Brussels or from Paris or Berlin. It will require societal change. Yeah? Now, if we apply this then to probably the most well-known part of the agenda, the greenhouse gas emissions, you here see the trend line for greenhouse gas emissions, minus 23%, and then they say then the economy grew by 61%, so we have absolute decoupling in Europe, the only place on the planet where that is actually happening. And then we need to connect this evolution to where we want to be in 2050, which is the first climate neutral continent. Now, the current discussions are in the range of we will be at minus 36% if countries implement what they report to us they will implement. If we would fully implement all European policies, we would be around minus 45%, but that's where the policy implementation analysis comes in. That is rarely happening. So, but none of that is enough. Yeah? So if we want to go linearly to this climate neutral economy, that's where the significance is of the current discussion, going to minus 55. The other significance is that you cannot reach minus 55 with tweaking in the efficiency paradigm. It will require fundamental systemic shifts in core systems. So it's not only about ambitions and targets, it requires a fundamentally different approach. Kuhn then says that after you've realized that there is a crisis, you start to think of other solutions, you go to the pre-paradigm phase where you have alternative concepts that compete. It's a bit anarchic, and fact-gathering appears unguided. Yeah? And this is the title of a talk that I've given a couple of times, Europe's Emerging Transition Agenda, Making Sense of the Low-Carbon, Green, Blue, Circular, Resource-Efficient, Bio-Smart Digital Economy. Yeah? And I would say that by now, any commissioner or minister who talks about the future mentions at least 2 or 3 of these terms. And if you then add artificial intelligence, digital economy, and blockchain on top of that, you've ticked the boxes. Yeah? Now, okay, I'm not ridiculing this because all of these terms have a meaning. Not only a meaning, they have an economic model behind them. They all have policies behind them. And we all connect them in some way to this better future. Yeah? So the question for knowledge people now is, how does it all add up? How does it connect? How do we mobilize in the right direction? And how do we synchronize, or how do we work with this? Yeah? Well, that's where our fundamental work on transitions comes in, and I'll give you some policy reflections. One of the key messages in our report is that systemic change will be disruptive. And there's, of course, the optimistic green curve, which talks about experimentation. Europe tries to facilitate that, the member states as well. Universities play a key role. Then acceleration, positive term, we can stimulate that through policies. Then we institutionalize and we end up in a better spot. Yeah? It's an intrinsically optimistic curve. But there's also this curve, yeah, where we will need to phase out stuff, and that will lead to destabilization. And I'm sorry that the letters jumped, but that's why digitalization is part of the solution, I guess. So destabilization, you've got breakdown potentially, and we need to phase out. And that is, of course, where the conflicts will be. Yeah? And that is where we need to find enabling conditions in a context of a need to speed up and scale up. It also means that we need to reflect on where the trade-offs are. And we mapped, together with the Stockholm Environment Institute, based on some of their work, we mapped the SDGs. And where you have the trade-offs is where you see the more reddish and orangish colors. And it's in those areas. And this is exactly the agenda of Frans Timmermans, because it is where what I call the production and consumption SDGs intersect with the natural capital SDGs. And Frans Timmermans, the executive vice president of the EU, has climate, environment, agriculture, mobility, and energy. The boxes are his agenda, yeah? And that's where we try to support with our knowledge. Another phenomenally important element, and this is probably the one slide from our report that all the ministers wanted to take home, is that the biggest risk is that we stay stuck in this efficiency gains and marginal efficiency gains paradigm, and in the next 10 years we will try to reach the targets by making investments that are inherently costly. That's what marginal efficiency gains do, and they lead to stranded assets, but also to stranded workers and stranded regions. So we need to go to a logic of investments in sustainability rather than in high-cost marginalization. Speeding up, yeah, is this embedded in the Green Deal? Well, I read the Green Deal specifically for that language, and I will not go through it, but it is in fact part of the essential language. Accelerate, phasing out, rapid phasing out, breakthroughs by 2030, current things are too slow. So it is part of it. And then I think one of the questions we need to ask, what are the mechanisms then? And in policy language, they call that enablers, enabling mechanisms. Yeah? Well, I think one of the enablers now is the institutional setup. The fact that we have one vice president in the EU now who has this portfolio where the real decisions have to be made, I think is an enabler and will speed up some of the issues. What is also enabling is that the agenda which is set in Europe is delivering in the next 6 months a whole train of initiatives that go to the core of the matter. I think what also will help is the phasing out of non-sustainable practices and linking that to the role of capital. And the European Investment Bank has made a radical decision to move out of anything that is fossil fuels next year. Yeah? That was pretty unexpected. There was a lot of pressure on them, so these things are helping the phasing out. The digital society, which has been promising speed in all sorts of things, has not really connected well to sustainability. It will be the key element in the German presidency of the European Union. So we are working with them on this. The urban setting, I think, refocusing on the urban setting will also help to facilitate speeding up it. And I would add to that a race to the top logic. I think by now there is enough knowledge to understand that the future jobs, the future competitiveness, the future businesses, if you want to stay in that paradigm, are there. So stimulating a race to the top with a first mover advantage for Europe will be essential. And then I think what is also helping is not understanding, but understanding the cost of the new normal. I mean, the Mediterranean has every characteristic to become Europe's down under. Yeah? And the realization that that is the case, I think, is also stimulating debate. I'm almost full circle. In the new paradigm, they say science returns to routine. Yeah?
Now, what are the implications for knowledge creation, organization, and use? The first thing is that we did not just produce a report. We looked for political engagement, policy support, and stakeholder interaction. It's very different from previous reports. So bringing knowledge into the real policy setting early on. We also didn't write the report by looking, what do we have here, and let's make a salad out of it. We took 5 years to say, what report would we like to write, and how do we build the building blocks for that? So we connected to scientific networks. We really invested in bringing people together, and we did what is now called, with a nice term, co-creation. Yeah? It also means that we try to contribute to what we call create, organize, and use knowledge. It's not only the creation, it's the organization of knowledge in a specific setting, and we focused on the elements that you see here. And I think they are in line with what science is telling us. They are a bit more difficult on the policy side. We are that bridging organization. To wrap up, I think it's clear that these policy ambitions and political ambitions are a shift, a major shift in Europe. I think we will not get there without a serious paradigm shift in policy, but also in knowledge. And I think knowledge has a number of inherently conservative elements to it. I think Maarten referred to that in his intro. Sustainability not as a fluffy, soft concept, but as a fundamental concept that drives the interactions between science and society, we think is critical. We shouldn't dish the current knowledge. It has serious value, but it's not enough. And I think we need to think not only about creating knowledge and getting funding for that, but also the organization of knowledge in a societal context, and then being part of the use of it. I rushed you through this, I realize, but I hope it made any sense at all, and I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Great, so we're going to do a question and answer period now for 10 minutes, and we'll have both microphones and Mentimeters. So we'll just switch to Mentimeter. This is what you'd be using. Again, it's an open Wi-Fi, Tivoli Vredenburg, and then menti.com, and you put that code in, and you can put the questions up, and Simone will help find which questions are getting a lot of votes. You can vote up by pressing on the thumbs up sign if you like somebody else's question. But I think we have a question right in the front here, and then I'll see if there's another question maybe up on the balcony before we go to Mentimeter. So right over here, Professor Sheila Jasanoff, go ahead.
Thank you for that far-reaching and in some ways optimistic presentation. So living as I do in the United States, we've been yearning for a long time, some of us, for Europe to come forward with other paradigms that would set out really genuine alternatives for a country that at the moment seems a little rudderless, my own. So from all those points of view, I really applaud this. But I was wondering, since one of the major aspects of the paradigm shift in going away from pollution towards the Anthropocene is the integration of the human systems with the natural systems, that it's no longer the impact of the one on the other. It's no longer that you can think about these separately. So there is a question who the we and the our are in the kinds of discussions you're making about rethinking the paradigm in a moment when it may be obvious to a Brussels eye what is meant by Europe, but it is not necessarily obvious to the European citizen living here or there what the Europe is. And so even if you take coronavirus and, the connection between Italy and the Netherlands is problematized in a way that it wasn't before. So I was wondering if the paradigm shift really involves a thoroughgoing reintegration of the human and the natural, then to what extent is it there present in the thinking in your corner of the world that one really needs to rethink the we-ness of the solution and where the ideas are going to have traction when you import them into society.
Great, thank you, Hans.
Okay, well, I think that is a very fundamental question. Thanks for it. I would say as a bridging institution or a boundary institution, we have one foot in this debate where in our scientific committee, for example, we have actually looked for people who can deal with that socio-ecological dimension in a strong way, on top of the traditional, I would say, transitions focus on socio-technical systems, translating that into a policy context where you are talking to heads of directorate generals and to ministers and to that is the challenge. Yeah? So the way we try to do it is to connect it to the social dimensions, but also to the well-being dimensions of debates on biodiversity, on climate change, on all of these things. But it's a challenge because it's almost an from a knowledge perspective, it's very much an epistemological, but also almost an ontological question, And those are words that I cannot use in the European Parliament, yeah. But you need to find ways to connect this fundamental reflection and understanding and connect it to policy processes that are running. And we try to do that in various ways. Yeah.
Thanks, Hans. Simone, I can see that people are Mentimeter and there's some voting going on. Can you give us the highest ranking question?
Yes, I actually already put it up on the screen. This is a very popular question. How do you see Europe leading and how can it influence the non-European countries? For example, how would China follow the sort of structures and policies created by Europe?
Go ahead, Hans.
Well, I think in this field, I think it's fair to say that Europe is leading in many ways, in framing policies, in integration, in showing in a world with dysfunctional multilateralism that you can have functional minilateralism, if I can use that term. So I think we are leading, yeah. But we need to be humble. I'm not naive, yeah. And I think the way in which we can lead is by coming with governance approaches that we can illustrate work, that we can come with approaches of connectivity that work, and that we show a willingness to be a reliable, legitimate partner at the global scene to do this. It's not so easy because there are many critical observers. China has been a major partner for Europe and a target for the foreign policy of these sustainability policies. I know this may not be the answer to but China has now come up with a plastics policy. Yeah? Okay. It is pretty much a cut and paste of the European policy. Also on some climate policies, there is a lot of inspiration coming from Europe. But again, I say that in a very humble way. What I think we should not lose, and that is then in an OECD, more northern wealthy countries perspective, is the link with the US. And I think there is a risk of some intellectual quarters who confuse the enormous wealth of the US academic and intellectual, but also Beltway bandits environment with the current president. Yeah?
Yeah.
And so I'm pleading very strongly to keep that link open because I think it will be critical if we, as rather similar type of countries, OECD countries, want to push and facilitate the transition.
Let's see if there's somebody. We've got a question here. Anybody up on the balcony as well? Okay. Okay. So we're going to come to this question, and then we'll go back to Mentimeter. Go ahead.
Thanks, Hans, for your comments and making us believe that now the Commission wants a paradigm shift. I think the interesting part of your presentation where you started to talk about conflict. The two lines, so the one up and the one down, and in the middle there's this conflict. Can you articulate a bit more on the conflict? Because in sustainability we often tend to think it's all about science, it's about developing, but you have to realize that in the 20th century, many of the changes came through the military and through the wars, in fact. Wars were really instrumental in redirecting policy. So if we talk about conflict, where is migration? Where is all the bigger conflicts we have? And how do you see them playing out in this Kuhnian shift?
Great, thanks, Johan.
Well, I would definitely not give the policy advice that war will bring the change that we want, but I get the question, and I think what we are focusing on is conflict at another dimension. It's conflicts, for example, in shifting sometimes decades-old subsidy flows. It's the privileged position of big players in many of these systems. It is the tax system that is going in a direction that is unhelpful. That's where a lot of the conflicts are, or the dividing lines in Europe on this, where the social dimension in the energy system transition is clearly located in a number of places in Europe. So that is more where we are focusing. But my own dissertation, so many years back, 28 years back now, was on socio-ecological collapse, migration, and conflict. So I worked on that long time. By the way, when I proposed that in Leuven at the university to do that, my professor looked at me and he said, "Can you not work on something serious?" So that's when I decided to go to Colorado State.
So
And
Simone, I
worked on
think
it
we're going
there.
to go to you. I see the question here. Do you want to speak to this one, or is there one that connects with that? Go ahead.
Yes, this is the one that is our top question at the moment. Do you think we can have a paradigm shift in our current economic system, or do we need to consider models like degrowth?
I would like to answer that in two ways. One is my experience in the International Resource Panel, and also I was leading a research institute and group before that worked on North and South issues. This is a very difficult discourse to have. I mean, I've often told to people who say, "Stop growth, it's..." Yeah. I will take you by public transportation from Dakar to Addis Ababa, and then you tell me that we don't need growth. I mean, it's obvious that we need growth in basic infrastructure, education, housing, health. I mean, all of these things that make us live a decent life in many places on the planet. So I think the growth discussion has multiple dimensions, and if I look at the average color of the audience here, I mean, it's probably not the way that we look instinctively at the discussion about growth. Yeah? On the other hand, it's obvious, and I think that was the essence of my graphs, that the current model of growth is absolutely and fundamentally unsustainable. So we need to move away from that radically. But for me, that model also entails elements of inequality and of distribution. That is an essential part of the model. It also has a critical role for capital. Yeah? In Europe, we speak about the market economy. We're a bit soft-spoken. In the US, it's capitalism, right? Okay. Now, if you want radically different outcomes in a system called capitalism, it's inconceivable to do that without speaking about the role of capital. It's the essence of the system. It's not called workerism, it's not called naturism, it's called capitalism. Yeah? So I think by definition, we need a serious discussion about these issues. And for me, that is all part of this degrowth or beyond growth or beyond GDP debate. But it's not the language that will get you a standing ovation in the Brussels context. And I'm not shying away for it because I'm looking for standing ovations. It's on top of that also not the language that opens doors to have the fundamental discussion. And it's my role with our institution to open the fundamental discussions. So we use other language to go to the heart of the economic system and to try to discuss the unsustainability of it. That is a bit the approach we take.
Join me in thanking Professor Hans. Thank you. Thank you. So now we've asked Maarten just to reflect on Hans's perspectives and also to bring us into the next phase, which is the panel. And you'll see some furniture moving happening behind the scenes.
Okay. So thanks, Hans, very much. I think that it's hard to forget how important it is that you speak from the heart of politics. So the struggle that you describe and also the intent to shift, I think, is deeply impressive. And at the same time, there is this worry that if there is a Gestalt switch, it cannot come from the same people, from the same institution. So if it is to be conflictuous, the outside world has to start to try and dictate what other languages we need, what other ways of looking we need. It's hardly ever that the political leads. It's much more likely that politics, effective politics, is a first follower. They follow what is happening in society. And I suppose to organize that interaction is part of what we also try and contribute to here. So the idea of Koen, I'm really interested, it might actually be that in the second keynote it comes back. That idea of a Gestalt switch is also in the appearing literature on tipping points, for instance. And from a perspective, I think it's sometimes difficult to think, oh, is this really going to be a big change? And how could we go on that trajectory without knowing where we go? And then as a useful reminder, I always think the analogy with the welfare state, that started with a book, right? That started with a book and a set of ideas, and nobody really knew if economically it would work. And we nevertheless embarked on that post-war, needing to deal with the social conflict that we felt was in society. And we did introduce pension schemes, and we did introduce unemployment benefits and to a level that people could actually make a living. So that sort of analogy can often also help to see that we can bend corners in a much more dramatic way. However, in leading up to the next part of the journey, we have a panel of people who are not speaking from the center of politics, but are speaking from our disciplines within the university. And I think it's really interesting to try and find out the connections there. In Hans' talk was, of course, the idea that a lot of it is to be about chemicals. What is happening in that discipline? What sort of possibilities do we see for radical change? You also spoke about just transitions. Well, we know that in the book, for instance, from Appia on the moral codes, that we know that indeed morality has this dynamics that is not steered from the center, but the center is steered by these moral changes. And of course, that very idea of the center always having to appear to be in charge. Perhaps it's not the case. Perhaps actually in the new era, the political center participates in a shift, in a mission that is not only a mission from the center, but a mission much more from society. So that idea of politics now making way for other perspectives that may give us a sense where other change may come from is the very essence of the next part of our journey. And I gladly hand over to Vanessa, who will introduce the panel.
Thank you, Maarten. Wonderful. So we are going to focus on accelerating transformation's disciplinary perspectives. And in this case, we're going to look at Mentimeter and actually switch over to it now. It's a bit different from what we did with Hans Bruinings. If you'll already note down that it's 627520, and I'll repeat that over time, 627520, because what we're going to ask you to do is we'll hear from our three panelists, and you'll actually be able to add your questions as you hear, for example, Petra speak. The only thing I'd ask you to do, because we have one question and answer for all three panelists, and then for the panel, please start your question with the person you want to address it to. So you say Petra and then the question, or Dafina and then the question, or Koen then the question, or if it's for all of the panel about accelerating breakthroughs in disciplines, you just write panel and then the question. And Simone will help us with the different questions. So the way the panel will work is we'll hear from each of our panelists for 5 minutes, and then we'll take a moment to just ask one or perhaps two questions from Mentimeter, and then we'll hear from our next panelist. And at the end, we'll have a few minutes just to connect as a panel as a whole. Wonderful. Okay, so that's the code 627520 is at menti.com. And then for Petra, if you can just put Petra at the front when you're asking her a question. So now I get to introduce her. We'll switch back to the PowerPoint slides and bring up her slides. Now, our first panelist, Professor Petra de Jong, is the chair of Catalysts and Energy Materials at the Dubai Institute for Nanomaterials Science at Utrecht University. She works on the design, preparation, and understanding of novel, efficient, and durable catalysts and energy storage and conversion materials, both from a fundamental point of view and also in collaboration with industry. I hand the floor to you, Petra.
Okay,
And
thank you.
the top one here, this guy.
Okay.
Great.
It's great to be here, so thank you for the introduction, and it's great to be part of these exciting discussions. We've heard about policies and paradigms and people, so in the next 5 minutes I'm going to bring you into a completely different world, which I think is just as important to make the shift towards a sustainable world, and that's the world of molecules, materials, and energy. So I'm going to talk about, can we produce fuels and chemicals using renewable resources from really a gamist perspective, I would say. I usually start these talks by telling you how amazing fossils are. So we can talk about many things, but if they would not have been there, we would have tried to invent them. Why are they so wonderful? So for me, I'm summarizing things a bit, but there's coal, there's gas, and there's oil. And as a chemist, this is wonderful because we have a solid, we have a liquid, and we have a gas. And I said we talked about materials, molecules, and energy, and actually these three guys provide us everything. They provide us molecules, materials, and energy. So what do we need in daily life? Well, we will use electricity. Actually, the major part of these fossils is being used for fuels, for heat and transport, and a relatively small part, just a few percent, is actually being used for the chemical industry, so to make chemicals. So why are they so amazing? Why are they so wonderful? Well, they're versatile. For instance, if I want to make electricity, I can take either coal or oil or gas, whatever is available and cheapest at the moment, I have electricity. They're extremely dense in energy. They're extremely dense in molecules. If you take just 1 kilogram of any of them, it can provide you for many, many hours with everything that you need. Amazing, unbeatable almost. Low cost. There's no way of beating about the bush. They cost almost nothing, specifically scale gas at the moment. And as I said, they're solid liquids and gases, so they have everything we need, except it's a one-way travel. So we take them out of the earth and we burn them. And then we end up with carbon dioxide and water, which are the most stable molecules, more or less, that we know. And this is a problem. So very practically, we would just like to replace them. What is the issue? Well, one of the issues, solar and wind will be the main suppliers of energy. What do I have? Electricity. No materials, no molecules, just electricity. So electricity is fine, but what about the major part, which was fuels, transport, heat? How to try to do that? They're low in efficiency. So a solar cell, you lose 80% of the energy of light already. If you convert to something else, you lose another half. You end up with just a few percent of what you originally had in the sun or in the wind energy. Storage is an issue. If I take coal, I can take a bucket, I put the coal there, I can take it with me. I have transport, I have storage without any problem. Electricity, very complicated, very expensive to store, to transport. So people always ask me, but wouldn't it be wonderful if we could just somehow use sustainable electricity and make these fuels and chemicals out of CO2 and water? Is already made partially out of CO2. So practically, technically, I would say, no problem. Is it solved? Do we do it? Well, not on a large scale yet. Why not? Why not closing this loop? Energy efficiency. You lose a lot in every transformation, and there are many transformations in going from solar light to a liquid fuel. Costly, and electricity is one of the main problems. As long as we don't have very cheap electricity, we can never beat natural gas to make chemicals or fuels. Intermittency, where does the CO2 come from? You can start with Tata Steel, you can start with Rotterdam, but at some point you need to also get it from other less efficient sources. And who's going to do it? And I think we all have to do it. So given the scale, for me, the large industrial partners need to be there. They're the only one that on a short term can do things on a large scale. But they're there to make profit, not to make the planet better. So they need policymakers, they need you. So I think we're all needed to make this transformation. Thank you for the attention.
Yeah. Stay right here. All right, Simone, do we have something on Mentimeter already for Petra? Otherwise, we can go to the room. Yeah?
We do indeed.
Okay, so let's switch it. Here we
The
go.
question is already on the screen.
Wonderful.
Petra, what do you mean with low cost when it comes to coal? Doesn't the production of coal add to CO2 emission, which we, of course, want to lower?
Yeah, so cost, I'm just talking about money. So, of course, the big companies in the world that are producing electricity or energy or making things are there for profit in terms of money. And as long as the boundary conditions are not such that producing CO2 costs a lot of money, and at the moment it doesn't cost a lot of money, then the costs are low. But these are not just the economic costs, not the societal costs in any way. And shale gas is horrible in a way because it's so cheap. But also the coal in China, I mean, it will be used at some point in time. It's there, and it's extremely cheap. Cheap in terms of economic cost, not societal cost. Yes.
Great. Okay, I'm just looking around to see if anyone has a burning question in the room. Here to Barco, and then we'll come back to Mentimeter. So we can come down here. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, Petra, thanks. You started like, okay, we all talked about policies, but the molecules are just as important. But then basically your storyline is, it's not a problem, we can do it. And then you end it with, but the policies should do it. So, you know, how does the end and the beginning are conflict?
I might downplay our own part, so I say we can do it. The principles are there, but you need to do it efficiently, you need to do it cost efficiently, you do it on a large scale. And the other thing is that this transformation now costs a lot of materials and energy. Even making a photovoltaic panel costs a lot of, but we have to find, design, create, test, develop methods to do this cost efficiently, material efficiently, and energy efficiently. And this is the challenge for us as natural scientists at the moment. And it needs to be done. I think it's just as important as the other half. I would say it needs to be done. Thank you for this question.
Can we go back to Mentimeter then, to Simone? Yes, let's hear what we've got here.
Yes, we've got 16 people in the audience wondering whether the extraction of rare minerals needed for solar panels, wind turbines, car batteries, etc. is sustainable in the long run. And if not, is there a solution?
It's a very good question, and I get it very often, also, for instance, related to batteries and lithium. Yes, there is a solution. And again, it's economics that are driving the solution. For instance, we use some very rare metals in all our cars. There's the three-way catalyst, which use things like platinum, palladium, which are extremely expensive, rare, and difficult to mine. Nevertheless, it's not a problem. Even though you use a gram or so in your car, it's not a problem, because they're so expensive that the companies will take back these parts of the car, they will take out the metals again, and they will recycle them. So people always ask me, what about lithium recycling? It's not being done, because nobody's interested, because at the moment there's too much lithium and it's too cheap. But at the moment that it becomes very rare and very expensive, of course there's an economic driving force to recycle. So many, many things in principle can be recycled. Almost everything, certainly the metals, can be recycled. But we will just go to that only when it's necessary. Otherwise it's too costly, too inefficient.
Great. Petra de Jong, thank you so much. Great. You can have a seat. So our second panelist is Dr. Defina Messidian, who's an assistant professor in human rights and environment at the International Institute of Social Studies in The Hague. She works on issues such as sustainable human right to water, global South perspectives on environmental justice, and the rights of nature. Over to you, Defina.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So we are talking here about the acceleration, right? The acceleration of sustainability and how we can accomplish that. And what we often overlook, we often look at more of the technical parts of it, but we often overlook the legal framework. And it's very interesting because the legal framework actually houses some of the concepts and some of the values that we have that can either facilitate or hinder sustainability. And today I would like to share with you some concepts which relate to specifically ownership and how ownership can be reimagined.
There's the top button.
Ah.
Yes. There.
Yes. So, and how ownership can be reimagined. Because ownership is one of the basic concepts which is, for instance, connected to exploiting natural resources, how we allocate natural resources, and whether or not we can limit, for instance, access to resources. So one of the first examples that I would like to give you is the Whanganui River in New Zealand. And what is interesting about this river is that it's located in the Northern Island, and actually the state has given up ownership of this river. So then the question is, who owns this river? Now what is interesting about this river is that it actually owns itself. It's in and of itself. The state has given up ownership, and now the river can be of itself, having rights and obligations, just like you and I have, but also companies, for instance, have. So what does that look like? That often looks like ownership works and whether or not ownership is necessary, because the goal for this river was to make sure that the quality of the river has been sustained and that it can flourish. Now, this is not the only example that we have. We also have this issue, also in relation to ownership. Now, this is in the UK, and it is in Northumberlandia, and it's actually a very unique piece of art, right? It's very nice to look at, but it's also a mine, a coal mine. And what is unique about this place is that different stakeholders have given up ownership of this piece of land. Some have actually donated land, but also that the stakeholders have taken up responsibility for this land. So they together are actually combining the different interests that they have in keeping this piece of land well. So we can see here that land restoration, tourism, economic prosperity, and other social and health benefits are actually functioning in the same place at the same time, by these stakeholders giving up their interests in a certain way, but also looking at what other bigger interests can they have and that they can reach together. So this is an example of a transition from land ownership actually to land stewardship. So how together as communities and as also private actors can we make sure that we reach certain goals? So what I would like you to take away from this short presentation is that we actually need to kind of let go of the hold of ownership in those circumstances where it's actually necessary to combine private and public interest and to make sure that we can actually accelerate towards sustainability. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Bettina. Wonderful. So I think we probably have some questions popping up on Mentimeter already. If there's a burning question also on the balcony, if there's somebody who's got a question up here, I'm also looking to you, or at the upper balcony, we can always have you call down. So Simone, tell us if there's a question there for, this is for the panel as a whole. Do we have one for Defina? Yeah, go ahead, Simone.
Yes, we do. We have some people wondering how can we deal with transboundary rights of natural objects, because in the end they often cross different national boundaries and types of governance.
Yeah, exactly. So in the interest of New Zealand, for instance, we can see that it's only in one country, so that really benefits giving rights to river. But we can see different examples, for instance, also in the US and in Ecuador and Colombia, where rights have been given to, for instance, rivers and also to forests. So right now we don't have any examples where there's actually a situation of a transboundary issue. We do have the Amazon that has also been granted rights in the case of Colombia, but it only really concerns the part that is within the boundaries of, or within the territorial boundaries of Colombia. So right now there's not really an example where we actually see those transboundary interests interfering with these type of instruments.
Great, okay. I have a question here in the room, so let's go here to the question in the middle of this row. We'll have to just help putting the microphone along. Wonderful, great. I'm just checking up here if there's somebody.
Defina, thanks a lot.
Go ahead.
My question would be, we talked about capitalism and the difficulty to reconcile this with objectives regarding sustainability. But capitalism is not only a dominant role of capital, but this capital is also wealth, also the wealth in natural resources and land, which are organized through private and absolute property rights. So are your examples, are they, let's say, just examples, or do you plead for a more fundamental consideration of the role of private and absolute property rights?
Yes, well, of course, I would argue that in those circumstances where it's actually necessary, we should indeed try to move away from property rights. But of course, we have to consider that property rights are dominant within the European framework. In other places in the world, complete ownership or sole ownership is not the dominant perspective. For instance, we have issues of user rights or enjoyment rights, so other ways of looking at how do we use natural resources and how can we make sure that for sustainability, we try to see which instrument would be better. And of course, it would be hard to persuade people to give up certain ownership, but we see now with the issues that we have that public and private are not really separate. We have a lot of these issues where we need to make sure that we all cooperate. So I do hope that that will be a way to persuade people to move away from sole or exclusive property rights.
Great, Dafina Masijian. So we'll come back to you in a moment. Thank you, Dafina.
Thank you very much.
Great. So for those of you wanting to remember the Menti login code, maybe we'll just quickly put the question back, Menti back up for a moment, just so that you can log in if you've got questions for the panel as a whole or for Koen. So if we can just see Menti one more time. So it's 627520 is the code to get in, and menti.com, 627520. Okay. All right, so wonderful. Now I've got the third panelist. Professor Koen Frenken is a professor in innovation studies at Utrecht University's Copernicus Institute of Sustainable Development. He works on breakthrough innovation, economic geography, platform economy, and innovation policy. Over to you, Koen. And it's the top one here.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, so my field is innovation studies, and today I want to talk to you about innovation policy. Because also here we see, if you like, a paradigm shift from thinking in terms of market failures towards thinking in terms of societal challenges. So in the past, we mainly gave firms subsidies to innovate with the reasoning that if we would not subsidize them, they would shy away from innovation, being afraid that their competitors would steal their ideas. But we did not ask them to innovate in particular directions. We left that to the market. Now we want firms, but also all other societal actors, to innovate in certain directions towards sustainability, but also to cope with other challenges, such as security, aging, and health issues. Now, one very powerful frame that has been coined by Mariana Mazzucato is that we need mission-oriented innovation. So we need to articulate missions with a purpose to achieve a particular clear outcome, and then work together within the policy system and within organizations to achieve these missions. And as you can see from the picture, the metaphor is very much the man on the moon. That was an old-style, mission-oriented innovation policy. And there was a clear outcome, and they had to put a lot of people together to work in an aligned way to achieve a common goal. But that metaphor may be misleading, because here we do not deal with a technical mission. We do not necessarily deal with a mission that is shared in all corners of society. We deal with a societal mission, which is wicked. That is, it's uncertain how we have to achieve it and how it came about in the first place in some cases. It's complex, involving both natural, technological, and human systems. And it's also contested, because not everyone agrees on what are the main problems in society. So that's why I turned to another type of policy, which you could say is a mission-oriented innovation policy avant la lettre. Because Vision Zero is a Swedish traffic safety policy that started 25 years ago. And why was it so radical, in my view? Because it started from an ethical principle. The ethical principle that every human death in traffic is unacceptable for society. And by starting with an ethical principle that was widely shared, they could take away traffic safety policy from cost-benefit analysis, because every death is unacceptable. They could also take away innovation policy from what is good for Swedish firms. So quite interestingly, Volvo did not initiate this policy. It was not interested in this policy, but then years after, it started to join because it gained momentum. So what did Vision Zero do? It articulated a clear, simple, normative mission. We want 0 traffic deaths in society. And by articulating this mission, it mobilized all kinds of actors, not just firms who only joined later, but NGOs, citizens, municipalities, government agencies, technologists, scientists, and so forth. And every year, with all kinds of different policies in a semi-coordinated way, they achieved less and less traffic deaths. So the good thing of this policy was also that it was easy to evaluate. Every year was just counting the traffic deaths. Interestingly, this policy has been copied in many different parts of the world. Not just for traffic policy, although there it's still the most popular, but also in other parts where you want to achieve, for example, 0 accidents in a hospital, or maybe you want to fight suicide in a certain country. And every time they try to start from this ethical principle and then work with stakeholders in both technological and non-technological way towards innovative solutions. So what is my takeaway from this example? Is that if we rethink innovation policy, we have to articulate first what do we find the most pressing problems, and how can we then create normative goals out of those problems. Then you're going to look for possible solutions which need not be technological, which need not involve current businesses in your economy, because you want to solve a problem and not to stimulate the economy per se. So my takeaway is Vision Zero is a new way of doing innovation policy. It combines normative goals with scientific and technological solutions, and it does not put economic growth and economic principles first. Nevertheless, if you do it well, you will develop solutions that may be well exported to outside countries, and you can actually make a business out of it. But that can never be the first objective of such a policy.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Great. So stay with me on stage. Okay, so what we'll do now is just some questions for Koen. So let's see if there is already one on Mentimeter. Yeah, go ahead, Simone.
It will be on the screen as well. Several people in the audience seem worried about 5G, the innovation which might have negative impact on ecology and society. And if that is the case, why does it get so much support from the government or government?
Yeah. I think 5G and many other digital technologies, and also the self-driving car, for example, are, in our view, technological solutions that are in search of a problem. Yeah? And it is assumed that 5G is needed, but for what? For what purposes? For what applications? And do we want to risk that our health is damaged if it's implemented? So I think here Europe also has already an innovation principle that's called the caution principle, that they can stop the 5G or only apply it in certain contexts before we know what are the real risks. So this for me would be an example again of technology in search of use instead of a problem that is in search of a solution.
Great, thank you. And let's just see if there's someone on the balcony who has a question, upper balcony. Okay, and how about in here? Sorry, do I see someone? Did you see someone? On this side. Ooh, upper balcony? No? Yes, upper balcony. We're coming to you. We're coming to you, upper balcony. I see you. Okay, so while we're coming to you, we will come to Mentimeter. Is there another question for Koen here?
Yes, there is. And once again, it will also be on the screen for everybody to read. Koen, how can we stop major fossil fuel companies investing in sustainable startups, leading to issues such as greenwashing and slowing growth? PS, happens a lot in Dutch plant science.
Well, I think you have different type of startups. Let's say the current dominant startup model is that you invest in a new technology, for example, in the hope that you will be acquired by a large firm, so you can cash on your innovation. But there are also startups that in their legal setup already make sure that this never can happen. And this is one way of doing sustainable entrepreneurship, that you legally do not want your firm to end up as part of a larger firm. So I think it's up to the startups to choose the proper legal form if they really want to engage in sustainability, and not to follow the venture capital / Silicon Valley startup model.
Great. Up to the upper balcony. Go ahead.
Hello. I'm going to ask a sort of a philosophical question bordering towards innovation and sustainability. I believe with the technological advances, the greed of man knows no bounds. And sometimes in the pursuit of innovation, we most oftentimes cross the lines of ethics and also end up damaging whatever little is left around us. So how can someone who is trying to innovate think about ethics and environment at the same time, and also, in his mind, innovate enough?
Well, the question of ethical innovation or responsible innovation is a very hard one, because it's in the nature of innovation that you can't predict their outcomes, nor the desirable outcomes or the undesirable outcomes. So I think it's very hard ex ante to develop an ethical framework. But if you innovate as part of a program or a movement that has started from an ethical objective that you stand for, then you can also test your innovation in that community and see if it is accepted or not. So that would be another way to bring in the ethics in innovation.
Great. Thanks, Koen, Frank, and everyone. Wonderful. Come and join me here. So we just have, Simone, about 5-6 minutes or so before, yes? Is that correct?
5,
okay.
That's correct.
Perfect. So 5 minutes just to go to panel questions. Can we get the first panel question, Simone?
Yes. This one has been there for a while, actually, ever since you started speaking or doing your individual presentations. Is capitalism compatible with a sustainable future?
All right, who would like to pick that one up? Do it. Tafina's getting pointed at. Do you want to give it a try?
Sure. I think you all know the answer to that, which I think is no. Because we cannot continue on this trajectory that we're on if we want to have a sustainable future. So we would have to rethink that. Will capitalism give up, or will it be, I don't know. I think that the hold is very strong. So I'm not sure if we can do away with it or in any foreseeable future, but we know it's not sustainable. Yeah.
Others, yeah, Koen?
I think capitalism is a very recent system, and especially the large firms. We only know them for 150 years or even 100 years in most sectors. So I think it's very important that we go back to all these other institutions that may be still around us, but a bit more hidden, that carry other solutions than the capitalist solution.
Can you give me one example?
Well, you have the cooperative, for example, that makes a comeback, but it was always with us in insurance and agriculture. And that's one way of shared ownership and more democratic decision making. It's just one example.
Great. Simone, another question for the panel as a whole, and I'll also look across the room. Yes, go ahead, Simone, while I'm checking for any questions.
Panel, how can we prevent that sustainable innovations only benefit the rich and give a disadvantage to the poor?
Who would like to pick that one up? Petra.
Well, I'm not the expert here, but of course it's just a political question. I mean, it's at the end politics which is us all, which decide how to divide wealth and how to divide advantages and disadvantages. So I think we should vote for the right parties to have the right leaders to make sure that this is sorted out in the right way. Yeah.
Others? Yeah, Koen?
Well, I was very much inspired by your talk, and maybe if we codify more rights, for example, right to energy, for example, then energy may be free for certain groups rather than now becoming a burden on the budgets of low-income people. But here again, we need to think in more radical solutions, because otherwise, given the politics now, it will not necessarily benefit the poor very much.
Yeah.
Maybe to add a little bit to it, so capitalism, I'm not sure exactly how you define it, but if it's defined as large companies, I think it might also, I mean, there are two strategies. You can say it's the enemy, we don't want them, we try to work around them, but you might also try to talk to them and try to make them friends and win them over to your side. And this might be done the soft way or the hard way, but I think we should definitely try that as well. We need everybody aboard, I would say.
Great. Okay. Wonderful. So let's see if there's somebody in this group. We have a question over here, so we'll come down to here with a question box, and then we'll come back to Mentimeter. Yes, go ahead.
Good morning, panel. Thank you very much for your presentations. My question would be, wouldn't our life be a lot more easy if, and I don't know the English translation, if we get the vervuiler to pay?
The polluter pays, yes.
The polluter pays. Wouldn't that just be our first step in our pathway to sustainability?
Jafina.
Yeah, I do think, I mean, from a legal perspective, the polluter pays principle is very central. What we see now is that a lot of the pollution that we have is being externalized, so not the big companies are paying for it, but other people are paying for it. I always think it's interesting when we look at the economics and think, oh no, it's pretty cheap economically, but at the same time, someone is paying for it somewhere. If it's not you, it's someone else. So we do try to implement the polluter pays principle throughout, but we still see that a lot of companies are evading it. A lot of countries are also allowing it because of economic interest. So it's pretty challenging. But we also try to introduce the user pays principle, where we look at, for instance, water use. So we try to implement that as much as we can, but we see that there's a lot of co-opting and averting that principle.
Can we go to the Mentimeter for the final question? Go ahead, Simone.
Yes, we can. We hear a lot about paradigm shifts and that they need an ethical point of view or a moral transition for which you need public opinion. How do you see the public becoming the base for this paradigm shift?
So I think the example that I gave of the Whanganui River may be an example of how the public actually contributed, because the river didn't just get the rights, it actually came through a law. So that law, of course, went through a democratic process. People actually voted for it. People participated in how that law should be formalized. So I do think that the public opinion is very important if you want to make these type of paradigm shifts. And it has not only been relevant in New Zealand, but also in the US. Lake Erie, for instance, has gained rights through a referendum. So again, you see the public opinion actually advocating for these type of instruments. So that might be a way of looking at it to public opinion.
Great. Well, join me in thanking the panel. I've asked them to stay on stage, but yes, stay here. Great. Wonderful. Well, we're now going to take a look at the afternoon program. When we come back at 11:45, we'll have Diederik van Dijk and Hilde Stolker with us for a musical performance at 11:45. Maarten will lead us on the beginning of the journey into introducing Lot van Hardink, who's an alderman of the city of Utrecht, interviewed by Peter Peltzer from Utrecht. We're also going to be then bringing Tim Lenton in about tipping points and Sandra van der Hel. And we'll have a big interactive discussion about tipping points in particular. We're now going to go for a coffee break. While you're there, I would welcome you to check out a few things we have in the hall. The first is down the stairs past the atrium. If you go downstairs, there's something quite extraordinary, which is a museum of the linear economy in 2050. It's actually a museum, an experiential museum you can walk into that is about the end of the extractive economy. It's been curated by master students from Utrecht University and policymakers from the national government, the province of Utrecht, and the municipality of Utrecht. It was part of the Urban Future Studio's mixed classroom with policymakers and students called Techniques of Futuring. So it'll be there all day, but go and check it out down the stairs. The second thing you want to look at maybe is a podcast bike. So you could sit on the bike, put on earphones. The podcasts are in Dutch. They are 2050 visions, dreams, and nightmares of writers about living in the city in the future. These stories were all created in 48 hours as a residency, as part of the cultural lab in Rom in Utrecht, and in partnership with the Urban Future Studio. So throughout the day, you can listen to the podcasts. You also might want to join the Scientists for the Future Netherlands at their stand. They're exploring the role of academics in solving the planetary crisis that we're facing. And one of the things we're trying to figure out, what I mentioned before in Utrecht University, is how to still connect to each other, but also figure out other options for connecting in a Travel Differently campaign that started in the fall of 2019. I mean, we all fly to meet peers, to connect, to be in conferences and build networks. This is how we do research in our academic world, but we're also trying to figure out how do we reduce the carbon dioxide emissions from academic flying. Is networking from a distance possible? Well, guess what? You're going to try it. There are people on iPads tuning in from all over the world, from Rotterdam, Munich, Budapest, potentially from Calgary, Seattle, the Maldives, and students wearing yellow jumpers have them on iPads, and you can network with them live throughout the day at these breaks to see if you can chat with them about what you've seen. A lot of them are following the live stream. So this is what they look like. And so go and find them and you can test it out. And finally, our Kadir van Lohuizen, who's going to be showing, our keynote speaker this afternoon, has his photographs in the atrium, so you can already get a sense of the contribution Kadir has made as a photojournalist to this discussion. We're on a coffee break. I would say talk to someone you don't know. Enjoy your coffee break. For those of you who are hungry, have something to eat. We'll see you back here. Listen for the chimes. We're starting 11:45 with a musical performance. Thank you. Okay, so in a moment we're going to hear from Diederik and Hilda, but we'll just take a moment. How many of us are from Utrecht University? Can we just take a show of hands? Just took a look around. This is how many people from Utrecht University, and how many are here from other universities? Can we take a look around as well? Welcome. Wonderful. How about from business? Are you here from business? Great. Welcome as well. How about from the policy world? National, city level, policy institutes, that kind of thing? Great. Welcome. How about from the nonprofit world? Are there those from the nonprofit world, from civil society? Great. How about from the media world, from journalism, that kind of thing? Wonderful. Welcome. Great. Who am I forgetting? Is there anyone else from a different, something else? What have I forgotten? Who's a world citizen? Yeah. Wonderful. Well, welcome back from the break. And I now introduce Diederik van Dijk on cello and Hilde Stolker on piano. move this a little further back so the sight lines you can see. Wonderful. And Martin Heyer.
So welcome back after the coffees and all the engagements. After all the talks by experts, it is now time to turn to someone who stands with her feet in the urban mud. It is our delight to have Lot van Hooijdonk in our midst. Lot van Hooijdonk is the alderwoman in Utrecht for the Green Left Party. And her responsibilities, and they are difficult, include mobility and the energy transition. Over the recent years, she has become one of the faces of the sustainability transition in Utrecht, and may I say also in the Netherlands. In 2017 and in 2018, she was elected Best Young Bestuurder of the Netherlands. And remarkable in this day and age, he has also been re-elected a second term for wethouders in our precarious age, very remarkable. And she will be interviewed here on stage by Peter Peltzer, who works in our university as assistant professor in the Department of Human Geography and Spatial Planning. So let us now turn, without further ado, as they say, to Lot van Hooijdonk and Peter Peltzer.
Thanks, Maarten, and thanks, Lot, for being here. As Maarten said, I'm a scholar and educator in urban planning. So I'm, of course, also fascinated by what's happening in our own city of Utrecht. And if you look at sustainability in Utrecht, you quite soon come across the alderwoman or vice mayor, Lot van Hooijdonk, who has been in office since 2014. And what I think is quite interesting about your work is that as an elected official, you really want to make a change. You're not just running from incident to incident or just getting your paycheck every month. You really want to make a change for this city. And maybe as a first question to start with, Lot, what makes you tick? Why do you think it's so important to have this transformation to a more sustainable Utrecht?
Well, first of all, maybe a very simple consideration. I like my job. So I'm entertained pretty much every day. It's very diverse, my activities. And next to that, I think I'm very interested in complexity. So I think that is what my work is. I'm sometimes at home at the kitchen table of people, the citizens of our city, but sometimes I'm at the table of the minister in The Hague, and everything in between, dealing with the civil servants, my colleagues here in Utrecht, but also in the region. So it's very interesting. And I think what really drives me is that I care for public interests. So what I can do every day is try to serve the public interest, really for the society as a whole.
Great, thanks. And I've read up a bit on you and how people characterize you as someone who has a strong vision of where the city should go, but is also quite capable of kind of managing the politics and how the system works. So I think it would be interesting to dive a bit deeper into what's happening in Utrecht. And to do so, yeah, so since we're among scientists here, I made a little typology, basically having two axes to characterize your work. On the one hand, it's the solution, and the other hand, the amount of resistance. So you could say some solutions are very clear, that they contribute to the sustainability transitions, whereas others aren't. And some solutions might lead to a lot of resistance, whereas others don't. So an obvious example of a clear solution, low resistance, would be the bike parking at the central station, which clearly leads to contributes to more sustainable mobility, and no one is protesting against it. An example, of which we'll hear more this afternoon, of low resistance, unclear, might be We Drive Solar, part of the smart solar charging project, where you have vehicle-to-grid kind of solutions. We don't know if it's going to work, but it's important that we have these kind of niches and this kind of experimentation. Obviously, what I want to talk about with you now is the project where there is resistance, because that I think is much more interesting. And maybe let's start with a new neighborhood that will be built here in Utrecht, Merwede. It's an area of 12,000, will house 12,000 new Utrechters, and it will, for every 3 households, it will only have 1 parking spot, which is really low. And maybe the first question to you, Lot, is why does Utrecht need such a neighborhood?
Well, Utrecht is the fastest growing city in the Netherlands. You see in the present day economics that as well as the inhabitants, but also companies look for cities of knowledge, like Utrecht. It's actually because of you, because of the university, I think, that we are growing so fast. And we decided as politics in Utrecht to accommodate that growth. For me, as a green politician, I think it's important to house people very close to public transport hubs. And Utrecht is, well, more or less the biggest public transport hub of the Netherlands. And we firmly also believe in building a compact city, in dense cities. So as long as possible, it is a political debate, but as long as possible, we try to develop our city next to public transport hubs and inside the city. And that's what we are doing here. It's brownfield development, so it has been an industrial area of, let's say, the first half of, well, I think until the 80s, companies that were close to the canal, the Merwede Canal, and now you see it's a quite extensively used area. So it's a shame not to use it better and more intensively. And we try to do two things at one time: make a lot of housing and new workplaces for people in a small neighborhood, and at the same time really invest in the mobility transition to make other forms of mobility possible. And actually density helps, creates a new market. So it's difficult, but also part of the solution.
Okay, that's interesting. And what I think is also interesting about this case is that some people really appreciate this idea of the Merwede Canal zone, whereas others are quite critical, and you see them maybe popping up here at the back. How do you maybe convince opponents of this project? What do you say to them?
I'm afraid I'm not going to convince them all. And some people will have a kind of nostalgia to the Utrecht of the past, because I think if you compare Utrecht to the other bigger cities in the Netherlands, we have the biggest makeover. So we really go to a next level, what people recognized as a city with a medieval center. Many people say it feels like a village. This very building where we are now is, for some people, they saw it and they thought, oh my God, this is the new Utrecht. This is really, we say to each other sometimes, we bought it for the growth. So like for children, you sometimes buy their clothes just a little bit too big. That's this building as well. But it's for the city we are going to be. And developments like this, every couple of decades, you see the houses going up in the sky. I don't mean skyscrapers, but I mean that traditionally we had 2 or 3 floors in Utrecht, and then 4 and 5 and maybe 6. And there we are going to 7, 8, something like that. So it's kind of growing up. And for some people that's difficult, and other people look forward to it. And of course we are trying to, especially the neighborhoods around it, they are afraid for a large number of bikes, cars. Of course we try to take measures to relieve the pressure. Well, I hope it helps.
Great. Speaking of cities of the past, and then we go to the final part of the quadrant, there's a neighborhood in Utrecht called Overvecht. And Overvecht North, which is a part of this neighborhood, will be, as the municipality announced, completely natural gas-free in 2030. And natural gas being, as we heard this morning, perhaps an efficient energy source, but not in line with kind of the warming of our planet. And you said in this post-war neighborhood, we will change that in 10 years. My question actually is, you want to change this neighborhood in 10 years, but you don't know exactly what the end goal is. So how do you steer or govern as a vice mayor to make this happen?
Well, I think this is going to happen everywhere in the Netherlands, because we agreed that every municipality has to make a plan for all our neighborhoods, how to get them natural gas free, and at what period of time. Our dilemma was, are we going to make this public, our plan, before we have answered all the questions, or are we going to study and only then tell people, inhabitants of the neighborhood, that this is our plan? And we chose the first. So we really went out very early and said to the people of the district, many answers we don't have yet, but we like them to answer them together with you. And on the one hand, it gives many people a very uncertain feeling. It's a form of discomfort. And at the other side, we see that people are organizing themselves, making their mind up, formulating their own interests and conditions, and become a very good partner for us also in doing this together. I think in the end, the greatest challenge for us in the Netherlands also here is, can we make the transition social? Can we make sure that people can afford it and don't have more expenses in the future situation compared to the present situation?
Great, thanks so much. I would love to ask and hear more about that, but the time is almost up. Maybe as a final short question, how do you see the role of Utrecht University in this transformation to sustainability, and perhaps how could the university contribute to a sustainability transition in our city?
Well, as a vice mayor, I'm quite practical and not very scientific. So my first call would be educate students, because this energy transition needs a lot of people. The infrastructure companies like state in this area, but also municipalities, all the provinces, we need people who understand energy. So educate them. And I'm very happy that tomorrow I have a conversation with the university also about their own plans on the Utrecht Science Park. I think that's you can be a great role model also for other companies and organizations in the city. And of course, we have many knowledge questions on economics, on technology, also psychology, social. So I think you have to continue your work with extra effort.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Lot.
Okay, well, politicians obviously always have to be hopeful about the future. And in this case, I also would say that the dream can become a reality, or perhaps already is a reality. I mean, for us in Utrecht, it's perhaps difficult to overestimate how important Utrecht is as an exemplar city with a bicycle park of 12,500 bicycles. I mean, that's unheard of in the world, and that's also leading and allowing other peoples to have an imagination of what is possible. But that's hope. It's also about despair today, I suppose. And I would like to share an observation. Journalists always ask a question. You should notice. They ask us, is there reason for panic? They asked me too. And I realized that I had very quickly said, no, there's no reason for panic. And since I noticed that by myself, I see us all doing that. So there is an inclination. I don't think it's a rational conviction. It's an inclination to say, no, there is no reason for panic. And I suppose that has to do, right, with us being academics and being nuchter. But we say it a little moment too quickly. Privately, I hear us using words like existential threat, collapse. I hear us share our deep worry about, indeed, our grandchildren, my children, or myself, frankly. These sort of wordings we share amongst each other. We should be frank about that. But is it still appropriate not to share that feeling of existential threat that we sometimes have because of our own findings? I think it's good to be reminded of the words that Johan Rockström, I heard him recently utter them. He said, "It is not that we are about to run off of a cliff, which is a reason for panic, but he says it's the fact that we know with certainty that we will run off that cliff in the foreseeable future if we do not act." And I suppose you should all make up your mind whether that is a reason for panic or not. But in that sort of realism of emotions, I think it's interesting to also look for these hopeful signs. And the next keynote speaker, I think, is one of the voices that I see as very hopeful. It is a new type of top experts that deliberately chooses to use a new sort of wording that some of us find pretty scary. After all, it's not empirically proven what you talk about, but it is much more an exercise of connecting the dots. But these papers now appear in our top journals, and in that context of these top journals, you see also something coming back which I really like, and I thought it was a disgrace that we lost that: expert judgment. Because sometimes experts know things without being able to prove it. And to have that within our remit, I think, is really important. Now, we're going to turn in a moment to Tim Lenton, who will be speaking on tipping points. And tipping points are an interesting concept because it shows how concepts can travel through the disciplines. It came, as you probably know from high school, from social geography, referring to the moment at which white people start to leave a neighborhood because of the influx of black people. And now it's taken up in the biophysical domain to describe our planetary condition. And interestingly, very recently, based on that understanding of the physical system, people like Will Steffen say, we now need to understand how we can reach the social tipping points in order to avoid the physical tipping points. So I'm delighted to announce our second keynote speaker. It's Tim Lenton. He's Professor of Climate Change and Earth System Science at the University of Exeter. In 2013, he was awarded the Royal Society Wolfson Research Merit Award. He's well known as an author. He's a close colleague of many of us here at Utrecht in the Earth Sciences Department, amongst others. And he will be appropriately speaking via a web link. And that will be followed by a discussion with Sandra van der Hel, moderated by Vanessa Timmer. So this is the moment at which we're going to check if technology does not leave us alone. Tim. Hey.
Hey, Martin. Hello, Utrecht. Thank you for having me virtually.
Hey. The floor is yours, Tim.
Great. So I want to talk on this theme of how can we tip positive change to avoid the worst of climate tipping points. So the concept of tipping points is that there are many complex systems in the world that exhibit alternative stable states, and under particular conditions, sometimes they can be forced in a way that causes them to tip from one stable state to another. If I was with you, I'd use the simple example of a chair to show you a system with different stable states and how you can be tipped between them. But as I'm joining you virtually, I'll use a little movie where we see a system that starts in one stable state, but there's another state possible. It's subject to some noise, some internal variability from the world that's nudging the ball around, but it's also being forced in a way that the state it started in is losing its stability until at some point it's inevitably going to tip, there you go, into an alternative state. Now, this kind of behavior happens sometimes in the human body, in ecosystems, and also in the climate system. And we know that from Earth's past. So this is a famous ice core record from Greenland, mostly of the last ice age here, and of temperature changes in Greenland. And over the last 80,000 years plotted there have been at least 20 extraordinary abrupt warming events, followed by subsequent abrupt cooling events, called by scientists the Dansgaard-Oeschger events. And to give you a sense of the magnitude, we're talking about warmings of the order of 10 degrees in Greenland within less than a decade. So truly abrupt climate change. as scientists, we still argue over whether it was the noise, the variability in the climate that tipped those events, or whether that was the slow changes in orbital forcing or in ice sheets elsewhere on the planet that tipped them. But the crucial point is that Earth's climate in its recent past has shown many of these abrupt changes. And we tend as scientists to comfort ourselves with the thought that the last 10,000 years, what we call the Holocene, in which all our agriculture and civilizations have developed, looks more stable than the Ice Age or the end of the Ice Age. But if I was to show you records of the changes in the hydrological cycle in the tropics, we'd see that that's undergone several pronounced abrupt shifts in the last 10,000 years that have been linked to the fall or rise of ancient civilizations. So as we go into the future, we're pushing the temperature already well outside the range of the glacial interglacial cycles of the last 2.5 million years of the Quaternary. And if we carry on burning our known fossil fuel reserves, we could push the temperature up to levels that the planet hasn't seen for tens of millions of years. So we should not be at all surprised that that would trigger potentially multiple tipping points in the climate system. And it's over 10 years since myself and colleagues started to plot some of these potential tipping elements, parts of the climate system that could be tipped by human activities this century on a map. And we included one thing that had already happened there, the Antarctic ozone hole. And in the last decade, as I'll explain now, we've got increasingly worrying evidence that these tipping points are not possibly as far away as we thought they were. So the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change uses a slightly different language for tipping points. It originally called them large-scale discontinuities in its third assessment report back in 2001. But what this slide summarizes is the worrying fact that the IPCC's own risk assessment of tipping points is that the risk has increased markedly over time. In other words, the assessment of the temperature at which we risk tipping dangerously major parts of the climate system has come down from an expectation that it might be a serious risk at 3 or 4 degrees of warming above the present, or the pre-industrial temperature, I should say, towards, in its latest special reports, an assessment that the risk of tipping points is already marked at the temperature we're at now, and that we're pushing up all the time. We're at around 1 or 1.1 degrees of global warming above pre-industrial. And we're clearly already in the danger zone. So to say a bit more about why I would assert that and why we think that, well, many changes are underway in the tipping elements that we identified, and some of those changes are accelerating changes that have all the signs of the possibility that tipping is already underway in some systems. In particular, part of the West Antarctic ice sheet is showing all the signs of being in an irreversible retreat of what's called the grounding line, where the ice, the ocean, and the bedrock separate. And it will only restabilize when the grounding line retreats many kilometers into an ice basin that already is draining the equivalent of about 1.3 meters of global sea level rise equivalent when it disappears. And I'm afraid our models show that when you lose that part of the ice sheet, it's like tipping the dominoes. The rest of the West Antarctic ice sheet would be destabilized, ultimately giving about 3.5 meters of sea level rise. Unfortunately, there's part of East Antarctic ice sheet called the Wilkes Basin that has similar dynamics and is showing similar signs that it might already be tipped into a irreversible retreat. And that part of that ice sheet drains the equivalent of about another 3 or 4 meters of sea level rise globally. And in Greenland, we know the ice sheet loss is accelerating. We're not sure whether the ice sheet will restabilize as it retreats up onto the land of Greenland. But if it doesn't, the whole Greenland ice sheet holds the equivalent of another 7 meters of sea level rise. So we may already be in a situation where we've committed future generations to more than 10 meters of sea level rise. And that would make the Netherlands certainly look a very different place. Now, the only saving grace is that ice sheet melt, if it is irreversible, it's happening slowly at the moment over the course of at least 1,000 years. But unfortunately, the more we warm it up, the faster it disappears. So that gives us a strong incentive, even if change is underway and hard to reverse, to slow the rate of that change by limiting global warming. Well, it's also true from what we've observed in the climate system, as well as our models and theories, that there are interactions between these tipping elements, these parts of Earth's complex climate system. And we begin to see the signal of those causal interactions already, because Arctic sea ice melt has made the Arctic warm 2 or 3 times the rate of the global average. That's contributing to the melt of the Greenland ice sheet. That meltwater coming off Greenland is freshening the North Atlantic Ocean, and it's contributing to a weakening of the overturning circulation of the Atlantic by about 15% so far. And we know from Earth's past that when you weaken that Atlantic overturning circulation, you drag the band of rainfall around the tropics southwards and disrupt the monsoons in West Africa, at the Amazon, and around the planet in India. And you also leave heat behind in the Southern Ocean, which can only contribute to threatening the Antarctic ice sheets. So if there are causal interactions like that between these tipping points, then if one thing might increase the likelihood of tipping another, perhaps at some point what you really have is what becomes a cascade or a global climate tipping point. Now, we're not sure where such a tipping point lies, but it's clearly plausible and therefore should be in our risk assessment. And as I guess I've already emphasized, we have the potential to tip ourselves into what we might call a hothouse Earth, but we should certainly call a wethouse Earth, because it would have markedly higher sea level and a lot less ice on the planet. And we certainly shouldn't want to go there. So what should we be doing about these tipping point risks? Well, the world and its governance and its decisions are very heavily influenced by economists and their assessments, for good or ill. I'll let you decide. And economists have approached many problems, including the global climate change problem, as like a gigantic cost-benefit analysis. And in their assessment, in simple terms, the mainstream assessment, the cost of climate damages goes up as the global temperature goes up, but we don't really know the shape of that function. And also, they would assert that the cost of limiting climate change is greater the lower you want to hold the global temperature. Now, that latter assumption could well be wrong, and certainly the assumption that we know what these curves look like can be challenged. But Bill Nordhaus got a Nobel Prize a year or so ago for his application of this approach and his assessment that you can just simply derive an optimum temperature at which to stabilize from this gigantic cost-benefit analysis. And he's, for several decades now, been arguing the best place to be is at about 3 degrees of warming from the pre-industrial level. That's where we should sort of stop global warming. I think that's profoundly dangerous, and I just want to show that what happens if you consider the reality that there are tipping points in the climate system that are uncertain, and that would certainly change the shape of the red curve there. So what we did is we added 5 of the climate tipping points I've been touching on to Bill Nordhaus's model called DICE, and showed how it changes the results, which is what I'm going to try and summarize here. The original model is the green lines. The model with the tipping points in and a risk preferences appropriate to tipping point risks is the black lines with the grey shaded area around it. The original model, as I said, recommends that we do something about climate change, but nothing too urgent. We ramp up what's called emissions control over the century in the top right-hand panel, and that eventually slows the rise of CO2 levels in the bottom right panel and starts to slow the rise of temperature in the bottom left panel, but it's still heading to 3 degrees or more. And associated with that, there was this price put on carbon emissions in the model, and today in the model it's recommended to be about $16 per tonne of CO2 emitted. But when we include the risk of tipping points and the uncertainty around it, we get a profoundly different result. the model comes back giving us a qualitatively different answer, saying in what's plotted in the top right panel that we should be doing everything in our power to stop greenhouse gas emissions and to stop fossil fuel burning altogether by 2050. And that's why in that version of the model with tipping points, you see atmospheric CO2 levels in the bottom right. They peak and then they'll actually decline if we were to achieve that. And we might hold the temperature in the bottom left panel below 1.5 degrees warming above pre-industrial with a reasonable probability. But to do that, it implies that we must price our pollution, carbon dioxide in this case, much higher. So the social cost of carbon, as it's called in the model, is immediately around 10 times higher once you consider tipping points. It's well over $100 per tonne of CO2 today and rising over time. So that's an intuitive result, perhaps, that we really should be doing everything in our power to shut down greenhouse gas emissions in the next generation, in 30 years, by 2050. And it's absolutely consistent with other mainstream assessments. This one's from my country, the UK's plan to get to net zero, showing in the red line that all the studies show that if we want to hold the global temperature, the global warming, well below 2 degrees, we need to get to net zero greenhouse gas emissions by the middle of this century, in 30 years' time. And after that, we need to be doing net global removal of greenhouse gases from the atmosphere, which we don't yet know how to do at scale. So the rate of change that implies, taking a trajectory of still rising greenhouse gas emissions and turning it round within 30 years, that's a spectacular rate of change. That calls for transformative change. And in my mind, it's now necessary that we think about tipping positive change in social systems if we're to meet that sort of temperature target and to minimize the risk of damaging climate tipping points. So we've got to identify and find across all kinds of scales and aspects of our societies the sensitive intervention points where we can tip positive change to I think, certainly a low carbon future, but also one of flourishing for people. So to say a bit about what those positive tipping points might be, well, they've got to start with us having perhaps tipping points in our own heads and in our worldviews to realize that this is the most urgent and important problem we face now. But there are positive signs out there because we're already seeing signs of a major shift in public stated opinions on the importance of this issue, speaking to politicians. And those changes, the mass mobilization of public opinion on this issue, also follow well-known tipping point dynamics. In this case, one person changed their publicly stated position on climate change. Greta skipped school and started a protest. And the first person to change their publicly stated position makes it incrementally easier for the next person to join them and say, actually, this is the defining issue of our time. And sure enough, people did start to join Greta's protest. And within a very short space of time, we had, certainly in my country, hundreds of thousands of people taking to the streets to make a proud and loud public statement that climate change is the defining issue that our politicians should be doing something about. And back in November, that was the European Parliament collectively voting to say that this is a climate emergency. Unfortunately, though, we need actions, not just words or political rhetoric, and the actions still fall far short of the goals. We're still heading towards more than 3 degrees of global warming if we sum up all the countries' pledges to supposedly meet the Paris Agreement. But there's reasons for hope with regard to that as well, because in a somewhat different area of economics, those who study the kind of collective dynamics of the climate problem, of course they well recognize, like we all do, that at the moment we're in what they call a prisoner's dilemma or a tragedy of the commons, where we all think, well, I could act, but if X billion other people didn't act, it wouldn't matter, so maybe I'm not going to act. Well, those dynamics, that prisoner's dilemma situation, can be tipped. And what the study I've shown on the slide here highlights both from theory and from experiments with people playing a climate game, is if the risk of a truly damaging tipping point where we lose most of our well-being is narrowed down, the uncertainty around it is narrowed down sufficiently, then it should tip the social dynamics from the prisoner's dilemma to what's called a coordination game, where everybody clubs together to avert this damaging outcome. Well, hopefully that gives some source for hope, although it's not quite happened yet. But also in other realms, we see the potential for a very abrupt positive tipping of technological change. So I'm going to use a historical example here, which I rather like, just to show something that's well known, which is modes of energy use, and in particular modes of transport, have tipped rapidly in the past through what are sometimes called social technical transitions. This example is 1900 Fifth Avenue, New York City, Easter Parade, and the challenge, and I've given away the answer in this slide, is to spot the one automobile where everybody else is in a horse-drawn carriage. But within 13 years, by 1913, the challenge in the second image is to spot the one person left in a horse-drawn carriage because everybody else is in an automobile. That's within roughly a decade, a transformation of personalised transport. Now, we might be seeing the beginnings of another such transformation now with the uptake of electric vehicles. And if autonomously driven electric vehicles become socially licensed, the price of calling that autonomously driven vehicle on an app on your phone compared to owning a car with an internal combustion engine is about 1/10 of the price. So we should all be rapidly switching to a different mode of transport. Finally, the energy system as a whole clearly has to be transformed, and abruptly so. But the way the biosphere sources its energy is being transformed in revolutionary ways repeatedly in Earth's history, and so is the way that humans source their energy. We're, of course, in a world where we're still dominated by fossil fuel power, but the share of renewables, which will eventually be dominated by solar along with wind, is rising at an extraordinary exponential rate. And in terms of price competitiveness, renewables are out-competing new coal-fired power stations in a number of major nations already. So there's a plot there for China where it already makes economic sense to build a new renewable power station. It's better value than a new coal power station. And within 10 years, it'll make economic sense to shut down an existing coal-fired power station and replace it with new renewables in China. And the situation's better in some other major countries. So to conclude, in simple terms, we can't rule out that some climate tipping points might already have been passed. And if we carry on burning our known fossil fuel reserves, we should definitely expect more tipping points to come, and they'll become high impact, high probability events. Martin gave it away, but I am one of the people that would say that's a threat to our well-being, our current way of life, our civilization, and we should be doing everything in our power to avoid those damaging tipping points. And that includes setting a sensible price on carbon emissions. But finally, we really need to tip the narrative. We need to find ways to tip transformative change in our societies to a better, more sustainable future and secure collective human well-being, and in that way avoid those damaging tipping points. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Tim. We're going to come back to you in a moment for the question and answer. I have with me Sandra van der Hel, a PhD candidate and junior lecturer with the Copernicus Institute of Sustainable Development at Utrecht. Her research is focused on the role of science in the governance for sustainability, and she co-authored an academic paper on tipping points in climate change and looked at both the science and media. And that's what we're going to speak with Sandra about. So we'll take a few minutes with Sandra to talk about the narratives, the metaphor of tipping points. Both of us will stand and be joined again by Tim for an interactive discussion with all of us. Sandra, I'm going to hand you this.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask you, Martin mentioned new language. Tim mentioned narratives. And so when we think about this new language and narrative of tipping points, what have you learned about this metaphor?
Yeah, thank you, Vanessa, and thanks for having me. Let me just show you this one image because I think it's really very telling of why the tipping point metaphor is such a powerful metaphor when we talk about climate change. Because it raises this image of us, the Earth, standing on the edge of a cliff at risk of really falling over and tipping into this dangerous new state that we don't really want to be in. So this is kind of the first image that a lot of people have in mind when we talk about climate tipping points. And what's interesting about the tipping point metaphor is that it's obviously one of the many metaphors that we use in science, but what's interesting about this one is that it was really deliberately introduced by scientists to convince the public about the dangers of climate change. So as you can see here, the metaphor was first picked up by the news media, and only later on did it become a concept in scientific papers and something that we can actually model and measure and to some extent predict. So you see over the years, over the past decade, the attention for tipping points in climate science really increased quite exponentially. And only recently, now in 2019, we see this metaphor being picked up again by the media as a way to talk about this climate emergency. The climate emergency discourse really resonates again with the tipping point metaphor.
Are there any challenges with using the term tipping points?
Yeah, sure, yeah. So the term also has been criticized. First of all, for being too alarming, drawing attention to these abrupt and potentially irreversible changes actually being too alarming for people to think about climate change. But like I just mentioned, recently we really see this resonating with a lot of people and talking about climate emergency and actually saying that we need this kind of alarming, strong language. But then a second challenge, and that's something that's important to note about any metaphor, is that they always highlight certain aspects of a phenomenon, but they also hide certain aspects. And for the tipping point metaphor, it's really important that it draws our attention to this single Earth system, single climate system at risk of tipping. But of course, climate change isn't experienced equally by people around the world, and people are not equally affected, and they're not equally responsible. And these kind of differences and inequalities is something that we don't see when we talk about climate change as in terms of tipping points. And then finally, another challenge is when we extend this metaphor again to talk about social systems. It gives us an idea of, well, we have these dangerous climate tipping points, but potentially we could tip social systems to avoid them, a certain control over nature. And people have argued that this is actually the kind of thinking that got us into many environmental problems in the first place. And maybe we need a different type of metaphor to think about, well, how can we transform towards sustainability?
So do you think metaphors do have a role within the sustainability transformation? How could we use them?
Yeah, certainly, I think they do. And I think for metaphors, what's really important to know is that they always connect, especially our scientific metaphors, certain knowledge that we have with our values and worldviews and paradigms. So we have a lot of different metaphors to talk about sustainability, and the pathways and the seeds of change are, of course, very familiar with many people here. But other people have argued that we also need to think about metaphors that can actually help us think about the challenges and the disruptions and the politics around climate change and dealing with transformations to sustainability. So I think it's really important if we talk about metaphors that we talk about these many ways in which they connect our knowledge with our values and the ways that we understand social paradigms. So we might want to think about a ship in a storm that's trying to set course but faces this many challenges on its way. Or even differently, if we think about sustainability as an octopus with all these different arms and different projects that are somehow doing their individual, have their individual trajectory, but are nevertheless connected. So I think what metaphors can really do is inspire us to think about societal change. And I think it's also a way for researchers to think deliberately about their metaphors by which they try to support and enable societal change to sustainability.
Sandra van der Hel, thank you. You can stand up with me, yeah. Thanks for that. Thank you.
Oh no, no handshaking.
I know. Whoa.
Sorry.
Wonderful, Sandra. So what we're going to do now is we're actually going to open up Mentimeter. So I think the first thing would be great to just show the Mentimeter screen where we'll be taking questions around tipping points. So you'll take note that the code is 268850, and we'll show that on slides as well. So 268850. And we're going to bring Tim back in a minute, and let's just see if there's a question. Yes, right there. Here's one from Brandon. If we can bring the microphone down here. Where is our microphone person? Let's see if we have them. Oh, they're upstairs. Brandon, why don't you yell it out, and I'll reply so that Tim can hear it, or Sandra. Go ahead.
During one of the slides, it was discussing how by reducing uncertainties...
Oh, wait, we've got it going on here. Maybe Joanne can help me just get this to her. Oh, thanks, Sandra. Wonderful. Thank you. Also, so that Tim can hear it, that would be good. Go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
During one of the slides, it was talking about reducing uncertainty as a means to enact more societal, to engage more societal actors for the transition. I'm wondering, though, has there been any thought in going to the opposite? And can we embrace uncertainty in terms of climate change and the way to handle it as a way to use it as a sensitive intervention point to actually engage actors? And as an example, in one of the slides, it was talking about the carbon models that all rely on carbon capture and storage, but we don't actually have this technology yet. But by putting that in the models, perhaps that creates sort of a crutch that industry or government can use to project that problem into the future rather than act now. But if we were to use uncertainty as a sensitive intervention point, could that not tip it to create a bigger juxtaposition between where we have to go and where we are now and create that urgency?
Great, thanks, Randy. Let's go to you, Tim, for this one. Can you use uncertainty in a productive way in this way?
Definitely, yeah. I've got a lot of sympathy with the speaker's position. They're right that excessive certainty about the potential to suck huge amounts of CO2 out of the atmosphere in the latter half of this century has necessarily given us a restricted view of our option space, or as to how we might meet the Paris climate goals and avoid the dangerous climate tipping points. So in that sense, we need an assessment that captures the fact that we're not perfectly rational actors with a perfect understanding of the consequences of our actions. And it's bringing that uncertainty into the assessment that I was trying to show with my example of how we changed Nordhaus's DICE model and how it changes the results. Because as humans, we're evolved to deal with uncertainty in quite effective ways. And I don't think we're fully tapping into that. So I'm with you, questioner, on that point.
Great, thanks, Tim. Let's go, Simone, to Mentimeter at this point. Do we have a Mentimeter question that's come up at the moment? So why don't we just go to Mentimeter? Go ahead, Simone.
Yes, I have quite many questions coming in. First of all, to Sandra. What is a recent encouraging metaphor you came across, and why?
Yeah, that's a really nice question that I thought about. And that's the reason I put the octopus on the screen, because I actually thought that was a really nice metaphor, because it takes us away from this idea that we need one single trajectory and that we all need to face the same way, but rather realizing that many different projects that sometimes are in conflict with each other and sometimes maybe don't point us in the same direction can nevertheless work towards a common goal. So as these octopus arms that are, it's a really interesting creature that kind of operates semi-autonomously, can yet be part of a single trajectory. So I think that was for me, a really nice way to think about, well, how can we think about sustainability transformations differently?
Great, wonderful. I'm just going to look around to see if there's somebody up on the balconies or up on the upper balcony. Great, okay. And then how about down here in this room as well? Okay. Just, I'll keep my eye out. Otherwise, we'll go to Mentimeter for the next question. Over to you, Simone.
Oh, already?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I have a question for Tim. how realistic is it that we can organize a global carbon price as high as you have proposed, while individual countries can withhold to gain or protect a competitive advantage in the capitalistic system?
Good question. but some rich European nations have already set a carbon price at or above the level I suggest. So I don't pretend to have come up with a way of globally imposing a price, but I think we're mostly an audience from rich nations here, and the world is looking to us as making the decisive first moves, because we've made a disproportionate contribution to the problem in the first place, and the problem is harming vulnerable people in poorer countries far more than it's harming or going to harm us. I don't pretend that a carbon price is the only way to tackle this problem. In fact, what I'm trying to convey is a sense that we need all kinds of interventions bubbling, I think, more from the bottom up than from the top down of government, to show the way to a more sustainable future. I'd use perhaps a slightly different metaphor. I'd look back to Earth history and the way that microbes change the world, starting at the smallest scales. New innovations like photosynthesis spread to transform the planet. We need to refine that sense of individual empowerment, that sometimes if we innovate and do something different and it spreads through networks and our collective communities, that could change the world for the better. Of course, it's got to be complemented by some good top-down governance that, frankly, has been letting us down so far on this issue.
Great, thanks, Tim. All right, let's see if there's somebody in the room. Up there, you'll have to yell because I've got the lights in my eyes, or over here on the balcony. Okay, and then how about here? I see it. Oh, somebody here. Oh, thanks for helping me along. And then we'll just pass the microphone over here. Go ahead.
Thank you. This is to Tim about your tipping point risk curves, where you showed the higher the temperature, the cost from damages will be higher, and the cost of mitigation will be lower. And the latter curve is something I want to understand further, because 15 years ago, the Stern report said pretty much the opposite, that the longer we wait, the cost of mitigation will be higher. Could you elaborate on this point, please?
So what I was trying to show is what the still mainstream economists are assuming, and I tried to hint in my talk that I actually disagree with that curve, as I think you do in asking the question. But it's still rooted into mainstream assumptions that the lower we want to hold the global temperature rise, the more it will cost. And that's because of a weddedness of economists to a narrow paradigm of general equilibrium, perfect rational actors, and so on. If we take a more heterodox economics position, then we can realize that we're in a non-equilibrium situation, and that new innovation to build a sustainable future means building new infrastructure, retrofitting all our houses, total new transport system. This inevitably creates jobs, it creates wealth, and the non-equilibrium models show that that Green New Deal trajectory could actually be better for GDP and certainly for employment than the not doing anything business as usual trajectory. So like you, I think I would actually question that assumption, and I think it's important that we do, but it needs to be called out what the assumptions are that are currently guiding the Nobel Prize Committee, apparently, as well as mainstream economic decision-making.
Thank you, Tim. Do we have time, Simone, for another question? Yes, okay, go ahead.
Okay, it is 12:46, so
okay.
This might be the last
This is the last question,
you
then.
have the final decision on that. Another question to both of you. How important is it to tackle climate-denying media outlets and right-wing media coverage, and how would you do this?
Great. Sandra, do you want to start with that one? Then we'll go to Tim.
Yeah, that's a really challenging question. And I think what this shows you is that the way something is presented through metaphors in the media is really important, but we also can't control it. So I wouldn't know a way to prevent media coverage that denies climate change. I think the only way would be to really try with our metaphors by which we communicate science to resonate with people and to resonate with their worldviews, and also to really challenge current worldviews that got us into the sustainability problems that we are in.
Absolutely. Tim, do you have a word about that?
Perhaps just to say that the question serves to illustrate what we all know now, that this has become a deeply political issue, and that what we're really talking about here is having to renegotiate our relationship with the Earth system, or Gaia if you prefer, the natural world, as well as with each other. That's a space where these kind of conflicts and different political wings and whatever are inevitably fighting different corners and different protected interests. But what we deeply need to do is to have that open conversation about how we create a better future, what kind of future we want to work towards, and how we're going to get there from here. And that requires there to be a diversity of approaches and opinions in the world. The crucial thing is, how can the innovations that are going to create long-term sustainability and flourishing spread in a global system that's still neoliberal capitalism dominated, including these right-wing media outlets? Well, every agency that we have to help nurture those ways of doing things differently and allowing them to spread and prosper, those have to be supported.
Great. Well, those who are here, of course, we've got thank you presents to backstage. But for you, Tim, I'm going to just hand it to you. If you want to just take it.
Okay, I'll try my best. Oh, fantastic. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Vanessa. Thank you, everybody.
Well, thank you, Tim. Thank you, Sandra. Now, one of the things we want in virtual meetings like this is still to be able to talk to speakers after the fact. So we're actually setting up a virtual check-in with Tim that's going to happen right at the lunch. And it's going to be at the back here or just to the side. Who can inform me here about that? We'll find out, but I think if you just meet at the front of the stage, if you want to talk to Tim, we're going to find a way that you can connect with him if you want to ask him further questions. Again, thank you so much, Sandra. Thank you, Tim. Wonderful. And then take a seat. Great. Yeah. So after we come back from lunch, we're actually going into these breakthrough sessions, and then we'll be back here at 4:10. And at that point, we'll do a brief breakthrough session report back and hear from Kadir van Lohuizen, who's our next keynote on After Us, the Deluge, introduced by Peter Kuipers-Munneke, our favorite researcher and weatherman. The Utrecht Young Academy is here, who's going to be asking about the role of the university in this crucial moment in human history. And we're going to end with all of you selecting the winner of the very first Pathways to Sustainability Transdisciplinary Research Award. We have the 3 finalists here, and you'll be actually live selecting who's going to win. So, in addition to lunch, I just wanted to remind you to go down the stairs to the Museum of the Linear Economy. On your way down, you'll also see this really exciting movies, these films. This is about 80 honors students developed short sustainability films as part of their collaboration with the Geosciences Honors College and Pathways to Sustainability. There are 14 stories of change which premiered and was developed by students at a film festival in January, and the audience and jury chose 2 winning short films. You can see them listed here, and you'll see them on your way down the stairs. You can also still listen to the podcast bike. Those stories of the future developed by writers looking at the city. You can also connect with the scientists for the future in their stand looking at the role of an academic at this planetary crisis moment we're facing. You can connect with these different networking opportunities virtually. With those tuning in virtually, you'll see support volunteers with those iPads so you can have a conversation with somebody elsewhere in the world. As a preparation for this afternoon, you can look at Kadir's photos And where can you find all of these things? Well, maybe some of you have discovered this. Park 6, where the words are, is where our lunch is. You go down the stairs to see the museum and also these Stories of Change winning films. Podcast Bike is up by those stairs there, as well as Scientists for the Future. And Kadir's photos are right beside the P of Park. Now, you all on your badges actually have listed the breakthrough session that you've signed up for. You might be in plant protection or sustainable deltas, circular cities, reshaping industry, or reaching the unreachables. This is where your room is, and there'll be volunteers helping to guide you. Physically, this is where they are. So if you're doing accelerating plant protection, we're in the Herzl, which is the red dot. You'll go down the stairs and to the right to the Punt. If you're in sustainable cities, you're right here in this particular circular city. Is right here in Hertz. So you'll just come right back here. For deltas, you're in the Pandora foyer, so down the stairs and to your left. Also, that's where the bathrooms are if you're looking for them, just outside of there. Reshaping industry towards 2050. You are upstairs in Club 9, or Cloud 9, perhaps. Club 9 in this case. Reaching the Unreachables is in Cloud 9, and those are up the stairs, and you take the stairs beside the Podcast Bike and the Scientists for the Future. So if you want to ask any questions, just look for those of us in yellow. When we come back after lunch, we'll be here with report backs briefly from those sessions, and then a great afternoon program to end the day before drinks. Most importantly, enjoy your breakthrough interactive sessions. Thank you for a great morning. We'll see you here at 4:10. Enjoy your sessions. So welcome back, everybody. So welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a good breakthrough session together. And what we have now is a breakthrough session report back. So if I can bring everybody this way. So what you're going to hear now is just 1 minute from each of the sessions. And what we've asked them to do is not to summarize the session, because they've been rich in many ways, but to just give one key insight and one call to action or a next step. So what we'll do is we'll start with the Circular Cities session. If this works, here we go. Ooh, hello. Hello, clicker. Maybe you can help us out. Yeah, here we go. Perfect. So the Circular City session, and so we've got Professor Peter Bruinings who's here. This was a combination of both the Circular Economy Hub as well as the Transforming Infrastructure and Sustainable Cities Hub. And Professor Peter Bruinings is actually a professor here of Sustainable Chemistry and Catalysis. It's over to you. What was when we're going to have a minute on the clock here. You can walk forward and tell us a little bit about the pathways to circular cities.
Yeah, thank you, Vanessa. So our session was a tale of two hubs, really. So we had the transforming infrastructures for sustainable cities and the circular economy hub. And the underlying question about circular cities is really one of scale. So how does one best organize circularity? Does one do that at the local level, at the regional level, at the national level, or at the global level? And I think one of the conclusions is that there is no one size fits all. So there is no one best level to organize this, and this really depends on the question. But if you then look at cities, and if you also look at the urgency of dealing with sustainability and circularity, then the cities are very well suited or very well positioned to do the bottom-up experimentation of what we need in terms of change to actually achieve circularity. But then all these lessons learned, they need to be translated back to a higher level and to institutional change. But in the end, regardless of what level you organize it, these levels need to be integrated. And integrating levels means that you have to deal with boundaries, and I think boundaries are scientifically very exciting. So what we in the end need is a sort of multi-scale integrated approach to circularity, and that is the next thing to work on.
Thank you, Peter. That's great. Thank you. Wonderful. So Sanne Akkerboom is actually part of the industry for looking at transforming industry, particularly around decarbonization. And you were part of a session on reshaping industry towards 2050. Sanne is also a legal scholar at Utrecht University. Over to you.
Thank you, Vanessa. For the reshaping of industry towards 2050 in the Netherlands, we listened to 4 presentations of young people. So we were hoping for new insights, new bold ideas. And we had presentations from energy sciences and economics students of our university, also from our degrowth community at the university, but also from young professionals of industrial partners. So we also had different normative elements reflected in their presentations. What we witnessed was a plethora of different options that are definitely available to industry. But there are many buts. It's either very expensive or it relies on societal acceptance that may not be there yet. We therefore we speak a lot of potential lock-ins. We can only spend our money once. But currently, we may also be in a lock-in. Not doing something is also a choice. But whether this is the right choice and the most desirable choice needs to be debated outside just us, but at a national level, also to see who moves first, why, and how. Thank you.
Thank you, Sana. That's great. So I'm going to give you this, Guido, and then I'll let you hold this for a minute. Let me just introduce you. Professor Guido van der Akerveken is from the Institute of Environmental Biology at the Utrecht University. This was a session on accelerating plant protection. Can we do without chemicals? Over to you.
Yes, thank you very much. So we had this nice picture of the young guy looking at the farmer, asking how will they achieve a reduction in 10 years? The farmer also asked who's going to pay this. And well, we had a panel of 6 specialists that was answering the questions. And we came up with the following solutions that actually it's clear that we need to reduce in chemical pesticides for the environment and for health. There are alternative solutions and promising innovations available. We do need more research on many of these aspects. But regulation and policy issues are really blocking transitions, especially when you think of biological products for crop protection. It's really a burden, and the EU is not performing well. The next step is really for Europe, if they want to accelerate also the Green Deal in agriculture, is to move this ahead. Green Deal on other topics is very advanced, but on agriculture there's still a lot that needs to change there, and this is a tough cookie.
Great, thank you, Guido. Thank you. Wonderful. So there's also the Hub Water, Climate, and Future Deltas that did a session on achieving change for sustainable deltas. We have Tom Compier, who's the strategic advisor at the Ministry of Infrastructure and Water Management in the Netherlands, and you can tell us about what happened in your session. You don't, oh, you need this one, not the, I'm giving you the wrong one. You can't speak into this. Go ahead.
Thank you, yeah. So we had a very interesting session, Change for Sustainable Deltas. We discussed what is change, we discussed what is sustainable. We know what deltas are generally. We worked along 3 themes and 9 statements, and the takeaway really is, it's all about people. So climate change, the economics, the ecosystems, and so on, that's the matrix in which people act for change or obstruct change. So taking not just the scientific issues into account, but giving a good space for the social sciences to achieve change, we see as essential. So the key insight, it's all about people, and the call to action is, please, if you work on change in deltas and you want to achieve that change, make sure you address the social science issues of this.
Great. Thank you, Tom. Thank you. Wonderful. So we also had a master class on reaching the unreachables. It was hosted by Erik van Sibyl, who we'll see in a moment, who's an oceanographer here, and also Dr. Nieske Vergunst, who's with us here on stage. She's the press officer at Utrecht University's Faculty of Science. Nieske, it's over to you. Oh, this one again.
That one again. Without the mic, it's hard to reach the unreachables. So this was a bit of a different type of session. So given all the interesting research and talks that we've done here today, all the interesting research that you're going to do again tomorrow, and that you've done yesterday, how are you going to reach other people than the people that you're used to talking to, your peers, your social circle? And so we worked together for 2 hours to make a plan to reach other target audiences, people who are further away from you geographically, politically, socioeconomically, in all kinds of different ways. So basically, my call to action is don't be afraid to target a different audience. So talk with them in different ways as well, because in doing so, it's always important to keep in mind that they have different needs, different worries, different knowledge level than your own. So keep that in mind, and then that's, I think, the way to really change the world together. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Nieske. Thank you. Wonderful. So Peter Bruinings is also part of the program board of the Pathways to Sustainability program. If you're part of the program board of the Pathways, could you just raise your hand? I know there's a number of you here. Oh, they're upstairs as well. Yeah, and over there, yeah. So these are the program board members, and then we also have the hub leaders. So these are people leading the different research hubs that we've just looked at. So if you want to if you're part of the core team of the hubs, put your hand up, yeah. And then if you're part of a hub anywhere, if you happen to have been part of any activity related to a hub, maybe if you can put your hand up as well, yes? Okay, yes, everyone on stage is included, yeah. Okay, who would like to be part of hubs in the future as you start going? Yeah, I can see some hands going up as well. Wonderful, right. So the other thing I want to say is we also have our International Advisory Board for Pathways to Sustainability members here, including Sheila Jasanoff that you heard from earlier today, also Sybil from the University of the Pacific Institute for Climate Solutions in British Columbia, John Robinson from the University of Toronto. I just wanted to see if either of you, and is there somebody else from the National Advisory Board that I might have missed? Just call out if you're here. Okay, so maybe I just give you each a word just from the floor here. So here's the microphone. John, just what are your reflections from what you've just heard?
A very rich day, but I saw a kind of narrative arc over the day. I don't know if this was real or just something in my mind, but we started with Martin talking about accelerating sustainability and the Anthropocene, and I think the key thing there is the verb accelerating, because we then went on to hear about a lot of good stuff that's happening at the EU level and down at the Utrecht level with Hans and Lot. And so there's lots happening. There is a kind of a cultural inflection point that seems to have been passed in the last year or two, and things are really moving much faster, but we need even more acceleration. So I think that's where the tipping point argument and the discussion of metaphors comes in really powerfully, and it's suggested, in my mind, a sort of a four-step process. We know that massive change is happening in every system that we exist within: technology, politics, culture, religion, etc. So it occurred to me that this whole day is about, suggests a strategy where we identify incipient cultural and societal turning points that are happening around us but need to be articulated, brought to the surface. Look for the leverage points in those processes, connect them to the processes we heard about today, such as the EU stuff, the Utrecht stuff, the hubs that are going on at the university. Develop new forms of partnerships, because that's an area that we still need to do work on, is linking up to other parts of society more actively, and then work to steer these leverage points in more sustainable directions. Rather than having to create change, let's leverage what's already going on. So it just struck me that there was a way to think about all of this stuff.
Great. Acceleration through basically building on what's out there and navigating that. Sybil, if you'd like to make a few comments,
Thanks.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's great to be here. I was here last year as well, and so it's great to see what's been happening over the course of the year and moving forward. So I just had sort of a couple of points. One is that I floated among a number of the workshops this afternoon. And one of the themes that came out here also in the summaries is the importance of the social context. And that seems to be coming through clearer and clearer and clearer in everything that we're hearing. So that's really important, and it's great to see that. I was also impressed with when Vanessa asked this morning about the composition in the audience, and also the presentations and discussions in the breakout sessions about how many stakeholders, solution seekers, et cetera, are here. It really is not just the academic community by any means. We've really got now a really great engagement in many different levels with people who need this knowledge, people who want this knowledge, and people who have knowledge that academics need to understand and know about. So it needs to really be this two-way street, which I think is what's happening in the Pathways program, and is really terrific. And then third of all, my just closing is that I really see the importance in almost everything I've heard today about really doing full life cycle analyses from both an economic and energy, a resource perspective, that we really need to be sure that that is underlying what we talk about, how we make our policies, so that we're not going down a road that we think sounds right, but without that analysis, we may be wrong. So
Great.
It's been great, though. Very great to be here.
Thanks, Sybil Seitzinger. So Sybil and John and Sheila and the Pathways Board have a meeting tomorrow to talk about the next steps here as well. So thank you so much for all of your contributions to the breakthrough sessions. Thank you to all of you for the report back on this. And we'll wrap up this breakthrough session report back to go to the rest of the program. Thank you very much. Wonderful. And with that, I'll ask Professor Martin Heyer to return to bring us into the next stage of the journey.
Thank you very much, Vanessa. We're now going to try and do something differently slightly because it's approaching late afternoon. And I think it's really timely to now introduce a few people who I think have mastered in their own particular ways not only reaching the minds of others, but also the hearts of others. I'm talking about Kadir van Lohuizen and Peter Kuipers-Munneke. When we had the idea for this sort of session, it was actually very interesting that they actually said, well, if we do this, then we want to do this together. So here we have a photojournalist trying to register the process of climate change. And we have a weatherman who is also a glaciologist at IMAU at Utrecht University. And of course, both of them doing sort of crossovers between activities. It's photography, which is a way of making people relate to something very abstract, something that partly also plays out in the future. And it is the science, but also with the credibility of the weatherman. And as you know, in the Dutch hierarchy of credibility, well, RIVM obviously is the highest, the apex of credibility at the moment. It can, change. Only a few weeks ago, the tractors were driving up to Beeldhoven. But the weatherman is very interesting because the weatherman is a trusted person. And I think it's really interesting to see that precisely Peter Kuipers-Munneke is active also in the crossover, and you also perform with Ralph de Raad in a show where you actually, like we try to do today, you also relate to the arts in another way. So I would like to invite you up to the stage, and I'm really looking forward to your duet.
Yeah, so when I present a weather forecast, I usually deal with a subject that is tangible for all of us. And it plays out on a timescale that we all understand. It's about the weather for tonight, or maybe for tomorrow, or maybe in 3 days from now, or sometimes when I'm bold, even about the weather in a week from now. Some people think that they can know what the weather is 2 weeks in advance just because it's on their iPhone. But don't let you fool, this is useless information on your phone. Don't be fooled by the fact that your phone tells you what the weather is going to be in 2 weeks from now. But this is on timescales that humankind is actually used to act. We can prepare for tonight, we can prepare for tomorrow, and we can prepare for something a week in advance. But then, as part of my outreach activities, I also give lectures about climate, about sea level rise, about global warming. And this is about different timescales, and timescales that start to become abstract for many people. When I tell them that sea level rise is going to be a problem, well, for some people already now, but certainly in other parts of the world, maybe in 50 years from now, or 100, or 200 years, 3 generations, 5 generations, then this starts to blow people's minds, and they really don't know how to deal with this kind of information. So then I get questions like, so if we wouldn't burn fossil fuels, then we would get into a next ice age, right? So that's usually the kind of question that I get after a presentation. And then I say, yeah, well, this could start in 1,000 years from now, and then maybe we would reach a new ice age in about 80 or 90,000 years from now. And then people think, okay, so it's good that we're actually burning some fossil fuels so we can actually counteract this, This is the kind of reaction we get. And then I say, okay, no, this is a problem for the next 100 years. So people start to lose an idea for 100, 1,000, 10,000, or 100,000. So here I want to make a connection to Kadir, because Kadir and me, we both have sometimes an issue when reaching out of timescales. And that's what I want to ask you some questions about, Kadir, because you are making photographs. The photographs capture the now, the present, the moment, and still in your photographs about sea level rise, about basically what you're trying to do, I guess, with your photographs is showing the urgency of the problem of sea level rise, of climate change. So how do you deal with that? With the fact that, well, a photo is for now, and basically you want to say something about timescales that are really different from photography.
Yeah, it's an absolute challenge. I mean, I'm a photographer for more than 30 years. I'm a journalist, so I used to cover a lot of conflicts, document them. But there was something which was happening in front of my lens, which I could register. If you talk about the climate crisis, which I would rather call it a crisis than change, it's something, how do you visualize something that is going to happen in the future? How do you make people understand that this is actually something real and an issue we have to deal with today?
Do you have examples of how you do this?
I think we have some examples. I will give you a whole tour of the world in the fastest speed as possible. But I think we had a few images on the screen. They should be on the screen.
I don't know. Maybe.
Well, otherwise they will be on the screen because I will walk you through it. But you know, I mean, to give you an example for you know, Miami, a place where I went a number of times. You all know the city. It's a city which is really being built on real estate, where the money is made. But Miami has this specific problem that it's built on limestone. So they don't really know. We don't know how to protect Miami. So I was really looking into situations where I could actually make this visible already. So normally, you know, as a photographer, you look at the light and you know what the best time of the day is. You think about this. For a story like this is very much about the tide. So my main manual was a tide table. I knew exactly when, where it was low tide, high tide, and when it was spring tide. So Miami is pretty, you will see, but it's, you know, it floods during high tide already. So
this is for you, you are looking basically for examples of how things are going to play out in different locations later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, you know, I mean, initially, when I started this project, I collaborated with the New York Times on it for 2-3 years, and the Netherlands was not part of it. And the Netherlands was not part of it because although we are below the sea level for the biggest part, we are probably the best protected delta. And, you know, we feel safe. And then I started to realize that maybe the Netherlands also might have an issue in the future.
But so you were looking for a wake-up call even here in the Netherlands?
I was looking for a wake-up call and to make people understand that although our delta systems and levees and dikes are great, that if we don't act today and we start thinking about what it means if the sea level will rise 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, how are we going to deal with this? And it's not a question, as you probably agree with, it's not a question if it will rise 1, 2, or 3 meters. The question is when.
Yeah. Shall I give you the floor? That you're going to show images from your exhibition, Rising Tide, which is currently on display at the Scheepvaartmuseum in Amsterdam. And also, I guess, images that you have used for your TV documentary, After Us the Deluge. I'll give you the floor.
As I said, I will take you in less than 15 minutes all around the world to coastal regions, mainly. I was looking, obviously, initially at the causes of sea level rise. Up till not so long ago, it was very true that the main reason was the expansion of the seawater. So if the oceans warm up, the seawater expands, and that was the main reason. Today, I think we all agree that the main issue is the ice sheets on Greenland and Antarctica. Greenland melts, the sea level will rise by 7 meters. If Antarctica melts, it will rise by I think, 86 meters. I don't think we will experience this, but being in this very low-lying country, we will definitely have a problem. Because initially we looked at Greenland retreating glaciers, then we started to realize that the ice was melting when the seawater was warming up, and obviously the ice sheet itself is melting on top. In 2012 was the first time it completely was above zero at a certain point in the summer. Bangladesh, I had to go to Bangladesh. Although people often said to me, listen, I mean, what's new about Bangladesh? They always have cyclones, they always have floods. But Bangladesh maybe made me realize how big the problem is, so to speak. You know, I mean, it's one of the most densely populated countries in the world, 160 million people, about 50 million people in a delta. And I started to realize that this was much more urgent than I anticipated as well, because, you know, I mean, you assume that okay, we wait and then the water is here and then we need to act. But I didn't realize that when seawater comes in, it intrudes the land and the land becomes saline and it doesn't recede anymore, that people lose their land. It becomes saline, they can't grow crops anymore, it intrudes in the drinking water, there's no safe drinking water anymore. So in this whole many trips that I made, it was also very much about the people who are already leaving their regions, often not initiated by governments, but they initiate themselves. They look for higher ground, they look to find a new livelihood. Often in Bangladesh, they will end up in big cities, like Dhaka, where yeah, if you've been a farmer or a fisherman, it's difficult to maintain what you always have been doing. At the same time, Bangladesh, being maybe one of the poorest countries in the world, is also one of the very few countries which adopted last year, or the year before, 2018, they adopted this very ambitious Delta plan called Delta Plan 2100. They're investing $40 billion, mostly their own money, into this. And this is not talking only about coastal protection, but this is also talking about relocating people and give them new opportunities to rebuild their lives. So sometimes I felt like in a country like Bangladesh, they are to some extent much more advanced than we are in Europe or the US, where we somehow still, it seems that we mostly, not, well, maybe not mostly, and definitely probably not in this room, but there's still a lot of denial that there is an issue. So it was, you know, I mean, I'm not just a photographer, I write as well, I interview people, so I was looking for people in the Delta and then for family members who moved already to higher ground, and I tried to connect those dots and make people understand that it's happening now. Because as we were speaking earlier, the challenge is how do you visualize something which is sometimes not there. So I was talking about my tide table. I was lucky that the New York Times collaborated with me. Then this was already in 2012, which at that time, and I remember I would tell colleagues or friends that I was working on an issue about the rising sea level, and people would still look a little bit puzzled what I was talking about. So in that sense, I think we won something. I think everyone by now realizes that there is a climate crisis and that the sea level will rise. So when I, just very briefly, you know, I mean, normally it's not like I have an idea today about a new project and that will start tomorrow. It always starts small, it always starts because I came across a story on a previous story. So this was actually where it started. This is Cunayala, San Blas Islands in the Caribbean, in Panama. I was working on a big story about migration in the Americas, and I came to these islands and people said, we will be evacuated. And I was a little, I didn't know what they were talking about, and they said, the sea is coming, we're going to be evacuated. And this was already in 2011. By the way, they're still there because the federal money disappeared for the relocation. It was very important that I wanted to show also that this is not just far away, that this is also happening close by. So not just the Pacific Bangladesh. So I went to the UK, very close here. It's the coast north of Hull. It erodes. Nothing new about coastal erosion, obviously, but due to the different the changing of the sea currents, this became the most rapid eroding coast of Europe. About 2-3 meters a year they lose. So whether there will be a Brexit or not, there will not be much left of the United Kingdom in the very... It will take a while, okay. Kiribati, obviously very far is this group of atolls in the Pacific located between Fiji and Hawaii. That was the place where I found it scary. You know, they are like maximum 1.5 meters above sea level. Most of the reefs have disappeared already due to bleaching. If the reef disappears, it means that the beach will erode. So they're losing the land at an incredible speed. So every time the government is distributing sandbags so people can protect themselves. But what made it very alarming, which I didn't realize actually, that we are talking about a country which disappears. And Kiribati is not the only one. We're talking also about the Maldives, about Tuvalu, Marshall Islands. What do we do with a country that disappears? It's not really being addressed internationally. It's still considered to be a regional or a local problem. What was interesting was when the previous president of Kiribati was a real ambassador to ask for attention for what was happening to his people. And he was actually in back in 2013 already. He purchased land from the Anglican Church on Fiji. So they sent a press release and they said, we have bought land and we're going to relocate to Fiji in the future. Wasn't really discussed with the government of Fiji. They were not very amused. So officially now still the story is that they are purchased the land to grow crops to export back to Kiribati to feed the people. But it kind of shows how you know, I mean, the predictions for Kiribati and Marshall Islands, as you see here, are that people really have to be relocated by 2050 at the latest. Miami, well, we spoke about it a little bit already. What was interesting, because with the New York Times, I would propose to them, I would do the research and then I would propose to them which regions I would go to. So when I said, I think we have to include Miami and Boston, and this was in 2014, they said, in the US it's not happening. Which you would expect from the current administration maybe, but I didn't really expect that from the New York Times. So I went on my own, this is what they call, by the way, what I was talking about, this is high tide, so they call this sunny day flooding. Means that the sky is blue and it doesn't rain, but the water comes in the street. So the guy was a Navy SEAL and he was checking if it was really seawater, and he had to confirm that it was really seawater. Yeah, Miami, I mean, it's a very particular problem, right? Built on limestone, so it's almost impossible to protect unless you elevate the whole city. So in the end, I went on my own dime, and then the New York Times, well, they ran it in the end. It actually ran on the front page. And it was not long after that Obama went to Miami and said that Miami was actually ground zero of climate change. I just came from New York. I don't know if you read the news, but there's a big plan, right, to protect New York. They had a wake-up call, the Superstorm Sandy, not a hurricane. to protect New York barrier system, the big U, but it just got stalled last week because the federal government is not funding it anymore. Trump tweeted that the wall was ugly and not very functional, and that it would be better to have a mop to stay dry. No comments. Jakarta, you know, probably has a very particular problem. That's why I didn't include it in the beginning, because I didn't want to give ammunition to any climate critic or anyone who's skeptic. Problem is that it's sinking at an incredible speed. Parts of north of Jakarta are sinking 20, 30 centimeters a year because they're extracting too much groundwater. So I've been coming there for a number of years. They have small seawalls, and every year they put 20 centimeters, 30 centimeters on top of the wall. So it's like a tree aging. Last year, the government decided to relocate Jakarta. The problem is that it seems that they are relocating the government, not the city or the people. And we're talking about 20 million people. Yeah, the Netherlands. I think we kind of, you know, obviously we had our wake-up call. We had this incredible flood disaster in 1953. Almost 1,900 people died, which is kind of hard to imagine today. So that's where the delta system came from. We closed the sea arms, we reinforced the dikes and the levees. But it was the Delta Commissioner back in 2018 who commissioned Deltares, one of the engineering companies, to write a report and look at the worst case scenario for the Netherlands. And that report said that the worst case scenario, and the worst case scenario is pretty much if we don't meet the Paris Accords, which we are very far away from, unfortunately. That the sea level could rise in the Netherlands 1 to 3 meters by the end of the century, which is 80 years. It's a generation away. And I don't know, I mean, it feels sometimes that, to be honest, I sometimes feel that democracy is failing us. The political parties, they're looking 4 years ahead. We are running next year into the new elections. So, you know, to really deal with this, and that a long-term vision is being laid out, doesn't really seem to happen anymore. And I mean, I'm sorry to say, and we can have a discussion about this, but 1 meter we can deal with, but if it becomes 2 or 3 meters, most of the west of the country need to be relocated. So your colleague of some of you, Kim Cohen, from the University of Utrecht, he made this by now pretty famous prediction for the new coastline of the Netherlands, 2,300. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Kadir, and thank you, Peter, also for the introduction. Thank you. Wonderful. And now I welcome back Professor Maarten Heyer. If we'll go back to the PowerPoint slide deck again to introduce the next part.
Okay, what is the next part, Vanessa?
The role of the university.
Okay, now I think this is a nice moment to turn back, because you know what we could do is go in the usual and say, well, you know, Kadir didn't quite get the figures right, you know, it's slightly less different. That is the way in which I found we responded to Rutger Bregman's letter to the Dutch. Initially, we were all impressed by Rutger Bregman generating so much attention for sea level rise. But when journalists asked us whether we agreed with the facts, we responded, well, it is, you know, it's not quite like that. And I think, by and large, we agreed that it is a terrible future ahead of us. So do we have to adjust? Do we have to always take the bait from a journalist that tries to put us in the factual corner, or can we also take our own route and perhaps liaise a bit more with other actors and also anticipate the questions they may raise? Well, that is the issue of the new role for the university. We will actually discuss now with the Utrecht Young Academy the role of the university. And I think that's really important to recognize that the group of academics that are the next generation have approached both the board of the university and the strategic theme of pathways to say, we feel that we are not doing what we should be doing in order to face that challenge, the challenge that was sort of central in our discussion today. So let this then be the moment at which we stage that debate here. And I'm really glad that Anton Pijpers, who is our president, is also happy to discuss that with the three representatives from the Utrecht Young Academy here on the stage. So let us turn to what we are going to do with our future and the role of the university right now. So it's Erik van Sibylle, Lisbeth van der Gift, and Sandy Saas, who are the three leaders, I suppose, of this initiative.
Representatives.
Representatives. Welcome on the stage.
We don't take leaders.
Yeah. Can you take us into your initiative? So what actually was your initiative?
So this is the decade, right? And we are the generation. That is a quote by Christiana Figueres, who is one of the architects, of course, of the Paris Climate Agreement. And as we've also heard during this conference, the climate crisis and biodiversity loss are urgent. Now, fortunately, there's also topping political agendas, right? And they're mobilizing global young scientists, citizens, and academics alike. Now, it is now evident that we fundamentally need to change the way in which our economy, our institutions, and our society are managed and are organized. So what we say is that we all need to join force to inform society on the path for staying to below 2 degrees Celsius and acting upon that.
Utrecht Young Academy unequivocally maintains that our university should take a leading role in understanding climate crisis, in informing society, and in imagining and building post-carbon futures. We appreciate the valuable steps that our university has already taken on the path to sustainability, but we are convinced that bolder actions are needed. Our ambition for this university is to be a leader of the necessary transition and not a bystander. And to do so, we all need to step up our ambitions and redouble our current efforts. Our students are at this moment putting pressure on us to raise the bar. And rightly so, because this is the decade and we are the generation.
Yeah, and of course we understand that the complexity of this crisis and the increasing polarization of our society puts us in this double bind. On one hand, science tells us, we saw that today, that we must act now. But on the other hand, sometimes even speaking up feels too risky. So will organized deniers come after us? Should we risk our social capital? Will merchants of doubt attack our credibility? So will we be subject to character assassination? And all these thoughts in our mind, we still know silence is not an option. So this is a collective action problem. And when there is a collective action problem, solving the social dilemma requires institutional backing. So here the most important role is with the leaders of these institutions. They need to back academics, they have to speak firmly, and they have to speak clearly. So at the Young Academy, we thought we propose a climate pledge. So we asked the university, and we say it ourselves, to declare that there is no doubt that we are in grave danger. That we must inform the public with all our means. We cannot stay silent. that we still have work to do across the disciplines. The solutions are not all there. We need to develop them. That we must act right now. And that we are responsible to the future generation and to prepare them for the future that they are coming at them. So we invite the leaders of the university, we invite the academic community and all of you to sign this pledge. Will you support us?
Fantastic. Thank you. Thanks very much. Anton, perhaps you can join us on the stage. And in the meantime, I would like, I forgot to introduce you also because you have a very interesting set of disciplines amongst you. Lisbeth, you are?
Yes, I'm a historian of international relations. And if I could just say that it's what is really important, I think, to say is that all members of Utrecht Young Academy, of all disciplines, all faculties of the Utrecht University, regards this as the main challenge and the most urgent issue of our times.
Okay, so you're a historian, and Stanley?
I'm a physicist. I build microscopes in the dark lab.
And Erik?
I'm an oceanographer. Yes. But again, to reiterate what Lisbeth said, this is all of Utrecht Young Academy, from psychology to history to...
But that is what I find so, makes it also so important. So when you approached us, I thought it was important to discuss that here at our annual conference, and I'm really glad that you did. And I'm also really glad, of course, Anton, that you're with us. And I would like to just give a feel, how do you see that we as a university should respond to the challenge, not only of climate change, but also of our young, bright minds that say we have to step up our game?
I can say that our board, and I'm chairing the board, will fully support this initiative, because we see this is really what's happening in our community. This is really what must be our role. Thinking about university's role in the future, because we are a public-funded organization, and looking to the values for public-funded organizations, we should meet the societal challenges for the future. And I think the sustainability of the society, the sustainability of the globe, is one of our main tasks for the future. And it's not only saying this, it's also practice what you preach. So coming in research we're doing, but is it also involved in teaching, in education? And what in our operations? I talked already a few years with John about it. How can we bring sustainability and all what we do into our operations? This week we were in the newspapers about the grants for students to travel by train instead of airplanes. So I fully support what you're now bringing here on the floor. And last week we're now busy with our new strategic plan until 2025. And we have now open consultations with groups. And last week I was in an open consultation with students. And the first thing they said, we'd like to stress more on sustainability. So it's what you're saying, Utrecht Young Academy, it's what the students say, and I know it's also what our staff wants. And I have to talk also about Annetje. She's now ill, but otherwise she should be here, and it's in her portfolio, and she wants to really put them a lot of time, and also, of course, it brings also budget with this. So as we said in this tiny example for the students, for the future, it's really important. And the ambition to be the leader in that in the Netherlands, and also in our alliance. Next week we'll be here with Eindhoven University and Wageningen University. Wageningen University has a track record, although of course in the content you can discuss about production of agro and biodiversity. What do we want to do? But the discussion should be here, and we want to be a leader. So thanks very much. And the board will back you in your initiatives, and we also want to stay after your ideas and about this action pledge. Thanks very much for your energy and all the things you brought in.
Okay.
Thanks.
So that is reassuring and fantastic that you support the pledge, so we can put our signatures underneath immediately following this session. But then I must say, you probably did it the wrong way. It's far too easy. You really, if you want to accelerate with us and you want us to accelerate, you have to raise the bar that we have to face, right? So now this is your moment to say, well, actually, there were a few things.
Go even further.
I don't think the bar I mean, it's not that easy because, thank you very much, but Utrecht is the only university at the Netherlands that has such a pledge at this moment. And I found that saying, and maybe one of the reasons that the Netherlands is not doing that well among the neighboring countries, like UK or Germany. So maybe it's easy, it's trivial, but the fact that it has to be said is already a step. We can run with it with other universities, the Royal Academy, and just saying this will secure a lot of our scientists. I also want to talk with the clearance of Kadir without feeling that, well, maybe this I should not say or that I should not say. And this gives me. So it's a big achievement for us.
We can raise the bar. In my, we're now busy with the strategic plan, so it's still it's a blueprint. So it's not said what are we going to do. So we can more stress on sustainability. In a way, we will bring it. So in 5 to 10 weeks, we come to the more broad, further. So it must be stressed by everybody. This is the important issue we want to have on our university.
Precisely. So I think that is the point where we can see that implementation is the next phase, and there for sure will be much resistance because actually it requires us to rethink some parts of the curriculum. We had Elderman Lot van Hooydonk sitting here say, please educate the people that I need to employ in order to create the Merwede Canal Zone as a fantastic new green neighborhood and so forth. So we must keep each other sharp, I suppose. And indeed, in that strategic plan, it would be very valuable if we could stipulate what we want from that curriculum. So please continue your good work. And thanks, Anton, very much for your openness to discuss this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great. So on behalf of the conference as well, thank you for being here with the thumbs. And you know, this is going to be a great conversation to continue into the future. So wonderful. Great. So I'll welcome you to have a seat for the very last session of the day. Martin, you can also have a seat. I'll bring you back up again in a minute. This is the moment. We're going to select the very first Pathways to Sustainability Transdisciplinary Research Award. So, you know, we believe in Pathways to Sustainability that best practices need to be recognized and rewarded. And what we're going to do now is actually recognize a project that has combined the strength of Utrecht University research with the agendas of external stakeholders for the benefit of sustainable future for all. I'm about to welcome representatives of the 3 finalists. There were 18 nominations, and they ranged from research and education, from global to regional. They were selected by a jury, these 3 finalists, and approved by the Program Board of Pathways to Sustainability. And the Program Board and jury were deeply impressed with all 18 nominations and with these 3 finalists. You might be sitting in your seats going, yes, Vanessa, but by what criteria were these judged? Well, the engagement across multiple disciplines. So you should be listening to this because this might affect your vote, right? So engagement across multiple disciplines, co-creation with stakeholders, addressing a sustainability challenge, and the societal impact of those projects. So all of us in the room, we are the final deciders of who's going to walk home with the very first Pathways to Sustainability Award in Transdisciplinary Research. They'll get accolades galore. They'll get honor, they'll get a recognition, but also 2,500 euros to go back to the project and help with its investment and follow-up. So in a moment, we're going to ask you to vote on Mentimeter. We're actually going to see in real time who's the winner. You might figure out, well, how am I going to decide? Did I read through the material before? We're going to brief you. So I'm going to welcome on stage the representatives of 3 finalists. Please join me in welcoming representatives from the final projects that were awarded. So come on up here. Wonderful. So what I'm going to do is I'll start the briefing. Oh, and I need the clicker. So somewhere, yes, I know where it is. It's over here. Yes, great. I'm going to give a description, and then each of the representatives is going to give a 30-second pitch as to why you should vote for their project. In order, an alphabetical order. Here's the first one. Naturevation. It's led by Professor Harriet Bulkley and represented here by Helen Tokopius. Is that correct? Toxopeus. Great, welcome. So Naturevation, here is the briefing, includes 70 researchers across 14 European institutions in disciplines including ecological sciences, economics, urban planning, geography, and political science, and with local government and environmental assessment professionals and community stakeholders. What are they doing? They're investigating and trying to mainstream nature-based solutions to address urban sustainability. They do that collaboratively, developing new knowledge, tools, and ways of working, such as workshops, excursions, community events. And they also recognize that urban nature can be contested. They're testing and improving instruments for valuing and mainstreaming nature-based solutions. Some examples: contributing to the development of environmental visions for Utrecht Binnenstad, Utrecht Science Park, and Kanaleneiland, working on the Green Deal's green roofs in the Netherlands, and advising the insurance and sustainable banking sector about that, and creating a business model puzzle that's being used in Manchester, Melbourne, and by the European Commission. Helen, we're going to put 30 seconds on the clock. No? Yes. Okay. Oh, wait, what I need to do, yes, here is the clicker. Okay, cool. You're going to have 30 seconds with this microphone. Okay, so there goes my... Here is her pitch. This might be the one you vote for. Okay, go ahead, Naturevation.
Okay, in the Naturevation project, we co-create urban nature through research and multi-level action. Nature in cities has many benefits, such as water management and cooling, but these benefits are valued differently by different public and private actors. Now that's why we've developed the Naturevation business model puzzle to make actors collaborate for urban nature. We advise the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development on their green infra, and we raise awareness through online education. So we learn, we act, and stay tuned because we're not ready yet.
Great, thank you. Great pitch. I'll get the clicker back. Thanks, Helen. Wonderful. So you see the final slides coming forward here, and now we're going to the second finalist, the Smart Solar Charging Project. The lead is Caroline van Hemmel, who's here with us. What's the energy system of the future? What will it look like? By using car batteries to store sustainable energy, Utrecht's Smart Solar Charging Project presents a unique solution for both the energy and mobility transition in cities. Smart solar charging is helping Utrecht become the first region in the world that can balance its energy needs using bidirectional charging technology that's widely applicable. They charge electric vehicles intelligently using solar energy, store solar peak power in the car's battery, and then use the energy when demand is highest. Electric vehicles become part of a smart energy network, which increases their economic and energy yield. They've included multiple disciplines such as big data, social science, business modeling, and work with the Utrecht Sustainability Institute, the Utrecht University Real Estate and Campus, external stakeholders, including the local grid operator Steden, and car share operator We Drive Solar. They have 5 testing labs in the Utrecht region, including the Living Lab at Utrecht Science Park, where university employees can test out the electric car sharing service and participate in this action research. So they contribute to energy neutral cities, regions, and districts. They manage the power supply and demand in cities and help vulnerable populations reduce their energy and mobility bills. In summary, they kind of contribute to cleaner air and free space in cities and healthier and greener cities. So now you'll hear from Caroline van Hemmel. She has 30 seconds to convince you why smart solar charging should get your vote for this award. Over to you.
It's going the right way.
It's not going the right way. Hold on just a sec. We're going to stop the clock.
Yeah.
Go back to the beginning.
We should start with the 8 pictures back.
Eight pictures back. Here we go into the next picture.
Put it in. No, there is There was this, the basic picture behind.
This one? No.
No. There's
Go
the
further
first
back.
picture, and then I build up these 8.
We don't have that first picture? Oh, this is the first photo you have?
No, there is the picture behind, and then it's...
Oh, I see the animations.
Yeah.
That's what we're looking for.
I look for the animations.
Oh my, okay. Where are the animations? This is the question. We might have to do it without animations. Is that a possibility?
Then we do that without, or we could do the
Third
version,
one.
And then you try to get the animations right?
Yes, you know what? It's in the folder. It's in the folder. So we'll take a look. Okay, so hold your thoughts on smart solar charging, because we're going to come back to it. I'm going to introduce to you Sustain Indus. So, and then what I might do is quickly run to the back, since it is on my computer, and see if I can find these animations. Okay, so Arthur, you're here from Sustain Indus. This is about the Indus Basin. The Indus Basin is a global climate change hotspot. And it crosses 4 countries: China, India, Afghanistan, and Pakistan. It's a growing population and strong economic development. And what that leads to is future demand for water, food, and energy, and possible scarcity. So climate change is threatening the region's major water supply, the glaciers in the Himalayan mountains. So what did Sustain Indus do? Well, they developed sustainable pathways to support decision makers and practitioners so that they can develop science-based policy and climate-smart solutions to provide food, water, and energy to all the people in the Indus Basin now and in the future. The project team is transdisciplinary. It includes biophysical sciences, social sciences, economics, external stakeholders, and regional consortium partners include PARC, an advisory institute of the national government in Pakistan, and the policy think tank LEAD, who are both deeply involved in the regional government and policy-making structures, such as the Pakistan's National Sustainable Development Goals Support Unit. It also includes Dutch NGO climate adaptation services, facilitating interaction with the stakeholders. For example, they use touch tables to do things like this: mapping stakeholders together at an inception workshop, developing impact pathways, launching a website and story map, and translating the Global Sustainable Development Goals to the Indus Development Goals, and downscaling the global socio-economic scenarios to the Indus Basin. Sustain Indus was designed around the SDGs, specifically food, water, energy, and climate action. Professor Walter Immerziel is the lead. We have a representative here, Dr. Arthur Lutz. He is going to give the 30-second pitch for Sustain Indus. Here is your clicker and your phone. I'm going to quickly check on this animation.
Yes, okay. Thanks. The Indus Basin is a ticking time bomb. There's a huge increasing competition for water to generate food, electricity, and to supply homes with water. And therefore, these 3 SDGs that you see here are strongly interconnected. We translate these global SDGs into regional Indus development goals, and we assess trade-offs and synergies between them. With that, we can develop pathways where we try to realize these IDGs in a balanced way, and with that, defuse the time bomb and ensure a sustainable future for more than 300 million people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And let's see if Vanessa, way at the back, has solved the technical glitch. Well, sometimes if you don't have a PowerPoint, you have to be the PowerPoint yourself, Caroline. You can have sort of the... No, I see.
We don't have the one with the animation, so you're going to have to just do the ones that are here. I know you've timed it, but then we'll just work with the slides we've got. Yeah, okay.
Here you go.
Just get the thing.
So why this project, Smart Solar Charging? Since it brings in our cities massive solar power, by means combination with shared electric cars, and cars are in fact batteries on wheels that can be charged with solar power but also discharged. And by that we have less cars and less emissions in our streets, we have infrastructure at lower cost, and we have unique scientific results. Imagine that in the city of Utrecht we need only 8,500 electric cars to provide the city 24/7 with solar power, as calculated by Wilfried van Saark and his research group. Last year our king came to Utrecht and voted for this innovation. Today I want you to be my king and vote for smart solar charging. Thank you.
So we have Naturevation, which is, thank you. We have Naturevation, which is the nature-based solutions. We have Sustainindus, which is doing the work in the Indus Basin, and we have the smart solar charging. We're now going to put up the Mentimeter. So pull out your phones, your devices, and we're going to the Tivoli Vredenburg Wi-Fi to enter this code. In a moment, you can open up the voting there on there, Simone. Just press open voting, yes. And then if you go over, we're going to put a minute on the clock in a second on the vote. Here we go. Oh, we got 2 minutes here, but we want a minute on the voting. That's all right, we've got a minute here. Okay, so we're going to do it on this side. We're going to have a minute for everybody to vote. For the one that you think, here we go, a countdown, here we go, a minute. Okay, so you can see the clock here. So log in and vote for your favorite or what you think should win the first Transdisciplinary Research Project Award. In the meantime, I'm going to ask Anton and Maarten to join me on stage. And I'm going to invite you all to come forward here. Great. En dan gaan we het omdraaien. Ja, zo. Anton, jij gaat het geven. Sorry, ja, precies. So we have 21 seconds before the voting closes. The very last thing we're doing at this conference. 197 of you have already voted.
Yeah, zeker.
198. Can we make 200? Almost. Almost. Wonderful. Well, thank you so much for voting. What's going to happen in a moment is you'll see a cup, like a winning cup, drop down onto the winner. At that point, Anton Pijpers is going to hand the award. We're all going to turn around, and Robert, our wonderful photographer, is going to come around the other side. We're going to light up the whole room, and we're going to take a photo this way with the winner holding the plaque and all of you doing this, okay? So that's what's going to take place. So Robert, you're ready as well? Okay, so here we go. Drum roll, please. On your legs. Simone, Anne-Marie, show me the winner. And the winner is? Naturevation! Yay! And here's Hey! Congratulations. Wonderful. So we can have the lights of the house up. The lights of the house, yeah, you can stand if you want. The lights of the house are up. Wonderful. We're all going to turn this way. Robert, you can help us place us. We're going to put our hands in the air.
Gefeliciteerd.
No. A little closer. To the right, this way. This way, yeah. Okay, and when you want to say, I'll tell everybody to stand up. Ready?
Yeah.
Okay, everyone's perfect. So you're going to count 1, 2, 3, and then everyone's going to go, yeah. Okay, here we go.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
You're still standing.
Perfect, wonderful. Thank you so much. Give a hand to the finalists and Anton.
Ja.
Hey, congratulations.
Ook bedankt. Mooie project hoor.
We're ignoring the handshaking rule for a moment. I'm sure the coronavirus won't mind. Thank you so much for the representatives, for all the finalists, those who nominated, and we look forward to seeing the nominations for next year as well. this brings us to the closing moments of our conference. I'll just need the clicker here. So the one thing I want to say is that as we head out to the drinks, there's a few more things happening in the room. You might think it's time for fun and games. Well, you're right, because one of the things that's going to happen is, we'll go back one. The sustainability games. And what these are is it's a combination of students from Utrecht University, as well as the HKU, the design program from that, who are going to bring, some of the students from that are going to be, they've collaborated together to create applied games addressing complex and deeply uncertain sustainability issues. And all of you, while you have a drink in your hand, can, well, maybe not over the computers, but you can play this game with the sustainability games. For those of you who are just joining us this afternoon, please head down the stairs to walk into the Museum of the Linear Economy, developed by the Urban Future Studio and the mixed classroom of students and policymakers. It's the kind of end of the extractive industry world, and you walk right into the museum. So take a look at that. Also, along your way, you'll see films that were produced by 80 students, imagining what sustainable futures might look like. These are the two winners. You can also listen to the podcasts of Dutch writers thinking about 2050, some of the hopes, dreams, their nightmares about what might be happening in the future. This was with Ram and the Urban Future Studio. And also, we have a number of virtual networkers. People have joined virtually, and thank you to all of those of you who've joined virtually for this live stream event. We are thrilled that you've been part of this, and these are networkers who want to talk to you. They'll be on iPads, and you can go up and chat with them from a distance, and look at Kadir's photos in more detail after this wonderful presentation from Kadir. So that is the things that might happen around you when you're enjoying the drinks. This whole conference has been video recorded, and you'll get a link to the video recording when you get your email from the Pathways newsletter. That's also going to contain a survey evaluation to ask you how the conference was for you. We really want to hear from you, so please let us know. Some of you asked about the Mentimeter questions. We'll also find a way to capture them and send them back to you. I'd like to thank the International Advisory Board, the Program Board of Pathways to Sustainability, Martin Heyer for his leadership, also the leadership of the university. Anton, thank you so much. For all of you for being here, the conference team, Tivoli, particularly Diana, Tim, Chris, Tony, Arthur, thank you so much for the work that you've done, the volunteers here. It's been my pleasure to help with this conference and to be part of this, and I hand it over for final remarks to Martin Heyer.
So the proverbial stepping stone to the drinks. Let this be, and I have a feeling it is, let this be a first step of a new curriculum, a new approach to interdisciplinary science. And let us take seriously what we achieved. If you listen to who said what and what was being said, I was really impressed. We had a very easy sort of interaction with policymaker discourses, how Hans Bruinings led us to the reality of Brussels. We had that also in the breakthrough sessions. But I also thought it was impressive that we also saw that we were able here at this university to connect the mainstream way of talking about sustainability, which is about statistics and states, to thinking about morality, to thinking indeed, in actual fact, by a scientist about, is this compatible with capitalism? That is what came out. So if we have put traditionally too much emphasis on states and not enough on could be's, we saw today that that was shared. It was not the social sciences arguing for the imaginaries and the natural sciences for states. No, actually we are beyond that. We now have to readjust the curriculum. We have to make that truly interdisciplinary, I think, and also prosper because of the proximity of policymakers, of NGOs, of all these that are trying to change the world and that may actually need us. And I think it makes for better students if they have early access to people out there in society that bring to life the concepts that we teach. perhaps it is also deeply profound that we are no longer aiming for the optimal rate of exploitation, pushing the nitrogen levels in Dutch agriculture just a bit further to see if we can sort of compete with a tipping point. I think what we actually see also in these papers, in the big journals, is a return to ethics as a standard. Koen Franken said it. I didn't actually know that that was going to be his point, but it is a profound point. And it is, of course, it has been with us, the precautionary principle, the idea of critical loss. These were policy principles that we sort of forgot in the idea that we have to find the optimal rate of exploitation, as was so nicely illustrated by Tim Lenton when he sort of did a second run on the DICE model by the Nobel Prize laureate William Nordhaus. So in that sense, I was deeply impressed and I was so very satisfied by the active engagement of you all. The wonderful way in which we could use the digital and show, indeed, that we try and walk the talk, that the digital also means that we can avoid CO2 emissions. I mean, just imagine this conference locally being interdisciplinary for its learning, how much we learn and how much we take out in terms of ideas, and compare it to our usual disciplinary-based intercontinental conferences. So the CO2 emissions in this conference are substantially lower, and I think also showing, and thanks also to the university for supporting that you can nowadays do the thing digital. And if people say, but then you can't socialize, we showed that that is also possible. And the next thing is, of course, to have a digital dinner where we sit around the world and somehow share a dinner. I don't know quite how we're going to figure that out, but we have a year for that to achieve. So I'm really happy. I want to thank you all for your present and active participation. And I must also end with a few words of thanks. There are many, many people and many hours that have been invested in this conference, but none of it would have been possible without Annemarie van Vijzel, Joanne Proctor, and of course Vanessa Timmer, who really led this whole endeavor. And I'm really deeply grateful to you. Let's thank them and let's have drinks together at the plein downstairs. Well done. Heel nice.
They did my Rolling Stones.